particularly with regards to historic homes down here at the end at the Shiro and Wigston intersection, and again the consultants reviewed because that house sits so much lower than the land here, really wouldn't be seen, wouldn't have an impact down there. So those are some of the highlights in the information that we presented for your review. We wanted to again show you the plan that's associated with the rezoning request that we've asked for. So I don't know if there are any questions, or I can turn it over to John or
I have a couple of questions. So when you're talking 3 stories, right? Wouldn't that require fire escapes at some point?
No, no, these are did not require fire escapes.
Okay.
And one of the things is these particular buildings we built them at Eastdale, and if appropriate at some point, we would certainly welcome the ward as a whole or individual members to tour those buildings and see how they operate. I'll tell you, these buildings. It's an 8-unit building. This is we have other bigger buildings at Eastdale, but these are 16-unit buildings. The first floor has 8 units. They each have a door directly to the outside. They're 1-story, 1 and 2 bedroom units, and those doors are on the kind of the long dimension of these buildings. On the short dimension is another door at each end that leads up one set of stairs to 4 doors, and each of those doors is an apartment. It's a 2-story apartment, so you really got a townhouse sitting on a 1-level apartment, and no fire escape is required. They are sprinklered. We do sprinkler all these buildings, the 2-story units as well. So. They are well within the requirements of the NFPA and the fire code.
Okay. And when you said that the impact on traffic, so when they did the study, because we've been doing a lot of studies ourselves, and as far as I'm concerned, our intersections are rated at F. Okay. So I'm not sure are you basing. In other words, we can't get any worse than we already are, or is it something from the A, B, and C rating where we're certainly not, these intersections are not great.
Right.
So you're going from A, where we are now, and how much it's being impacted, correct, and then the grading doesn't go any lower than a B. Is that the grade, or is that just a level, what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, it's both. Yes, they are grades, and I don't know that we're talking about the same intersections. We looked at the intersections that were...
Well, there would be all of them, because they would have impact on just about all of them.
Right. And it's, right, so in the peak hour, I'll tell you, we did not study, for instance, West Road and 44, because the criteria that it's the international traffic engineers and DOT and the county look at is that as how much as a percent, how much are you potentially adding to an intersection like that? It's not one of the ones that was in the study radius. It's distant, and again, not really from the professional's perspective something that's impacted. So again, I don't know that we're talking the same intersections that I was specifically referencing, but your consultants certainly have the opportunity to look at all the data that we've gathered and challenge those findings. Yeah.
Michael, did you say you had questions?
Okay, I have a few questions for you. I guess my first one, just to understand how you tie into this. Were you involved in coming up with the design and the application and all of that? So if I asked you questions about the design and stuff, would you be able to answer some of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right. If I can, I'll be sure to tell you I can't. But yes, I've been very involved in the development of this.
Okay. So there's a couple things that I'm just trying to get clarification on, since we have to obviously make a decision of how to move forward here, and I'm hoping that you can give me some of that. The first thing was The other option is to obviously build single-family homes. Do you know, I saw you had pictures and designs of what you would typically put in. Do you have an average square footage for those homes and an average price of what you think you would sell those homes for?
So to be perfectly clear on that, we had our engineers do a layout meeting the requirements of the code for a typical subdivision. It's not something that the Kirchhoff organization would do. We would, the property would be sold because that's not the type of development that the principals are interested in. So I can't answer your question in terms of what would we build, how big would it be, what would it look like. What we tried to provide in the documents was, you know, what's out there being sold right now, what's out there being built and sold. It's 4 and 5 bedroom stuff. You know, it's 3,000 to 4,000 square foot houses, and that's what the market is right now.
Okay. So, do you know
And I'm sorry, and just one other thing,
Yeah.
I do want to say that, you know, these are concepts, right? This is not by any stretch of anybody's imagination what any kind of final plan is, and it's not, you know, that's not what this board looks at. These are concepts of what could happen. Clearly, there's room for this to morph, to change. And I'm certain if somebody came in with a 33 lot subdivision, that would again go through some morphing and changing as well. So I recognize that they're concepts that are meant to show with the rezoning what could be built. And
Yeah.
if I didn't stress that enough, I just wanted to, I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt you.
no, I understand what you're saying. Just in this application with the full EAF and whatnot, I understand that the first one with the single-family homes is just a concept, but you're using that concept to explain to us how you believe that the rezoning would fit closer to our comprehensive plan. It would be more into our code. So I understand this is all conceptual, but I'm just trying to gauge, because I have to make a decision of, so let's start with the centers and green space plan. In your EAF, you laid out basically that the town, during the comprehensive plan, part of our policy, that the town of Pleasant Valley is a greenway community, and one of the primary policies of that is to focus development more efficiently in and around traditional centers and avoid overdevelopment of the rural surroundings. In your application, you then put the whole paragraph of talking about how it's to stop sprawl and to contain things within the center. And then in your application, you also acknowledge that there's 27 acres, and you said it tonight, a portion of the project that is currently being hayed. It has an ag exemption on it, and it's also identified as the open space and farmland plan as part of the Gretna Road Salt Point area priority areas for conservation. So I'm just trying to understand, where does that fit in with your rezoning? So your petition to us is that this fits into it, and currently what you could do wouldn't fit into it.
Right, so not every acre, and it is in the ag district. This 2/3 that are in the ag district. This is not in the ag district. So the concept is, yes, some of the lands will be repurposed from agricultural to non-agricultural, and we would look to keep the open areas as identified in the ag district, and they would be, and we would develop the appropriate legal tools, conservation easement, or what are the tools that are appropriate for your team. It stays that way. Again, not every acre, but the other option is every acre comes out, and this is, and again, we tried to cluster this as much as possible out of those ag areas. And there's further discussion there in terms of, you know, soils and what soils make for what good agricultural uses. And it's not there aren't great soils here, but it works well for haying, and that was the intent to keep it there.
Would you mind flipping back to what you're saying conceptually could happen?
Sure.
So we agree that the town has a policy, and it's part of our comprehensive plan to look at subdivisions. It's in the town code, 8218, preservation of existing features. And then in the town code, if you did decide, let's say we didn't give you the rezoning, and you went to potentially build this, which we now know you're saying you're not going to, but I do have a problem with this conceptual plan that you put together, because to me, just looking at it, it doesn't abide by that code, because you've basically, according to this, you're not looking at any of the existing features. You've basically built out every square inch of the property. And I'm trying to understand how the plan, if we rezone it, would fit within the code and the comprehensive plan. But I feel like this, and maybe I'm wrong, doesn't fit in with it. But if you were to build this, I would hope the planning board would make you follow the comprehensive plan and the code. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because you make the argument in the application of, well, the other one's better because it fits within the plan. But I mean, I could probably make the argument that this one doesn't fit within the plan because you've made a plan that kind of doesn't, for example, conservation subdividing, right? That's something in our comprehensive plan. It talks about something like this where there's a farm, you're haying it, that you would, instead of building it out like this, the town should look at potentially setting aside a portion of the land and building 25, 30 homes on smaller acre lots and doing what you're talking about. Right. So I'm trying to understand your standpoint to us of why would we rezone this?
Sure.
Because you're making that point.
I'll say we could have drawn 50 of these, and we drew one, and we'll draw more to show again other concepts if you'd like, or if the planning board would like. But when we looked at that part of the code, and the code, as I said before, encourages clustering. So the problem with trying to cluster on this particular project, and I mentioned the soils before, is you have to have the right kind of soils to be able to get smaller lots, or to be able to, even if you tried to cluster them and get a communal septic. And our engineer's review of this is the existing soils on this didn't really support that type of development. And I mean, that's what, I think it's kind of borne out by what you see, kind of already built there, right? This is kind of, again, is consistent with the rest of the build out. So, I don't disagree that we could have drawn a different plan, and picked something different. But this plan aside, our position is this plan is always going to be better, because you simply meet so many of the other criteria with the cluster density here. But again, we may disagree on that, and I understand that. Yes, I get it. That's,
all right. Moving on really quick of another section of the comprehensive plan, it talks about hamlet residential being walkable, sidewalks, and it actually goes into say centers work best when they are compact and support a variety of uses within a reasonable walking distance, measured by the human scale of 5 to 10 minute walk. And then it goes on, a concentric half-mile radius or a 10-minute walk defines the surrounding, primarily residential neighborhood, where residents will likely walk from the edge of the center and back. what is your plan to, if this is rezoned and you're able to go and do this, what is your plan to meet that requirement or fulfill the Hamlet residential, right? When you read into it, is
Sure,
supposed to
sure,
be,
right.
you know, what is your plan for that?
Right. And Brookside as a whole is on the edge of that of those concentric circles, and our plan is to tie this with sidewalks into Brookside generally, and then the last piece of the puzzle is how do you get from Brookside down West Road to the hamlet. And I don't have the perfect answer sitting here today, but it's clearly one of the issues that has to be addressed. But that's, we think that there's opportunity to make something there happen. This kind of project isn't big enough to lift that alone, but there are certainly opportunities to make that. To absolutely improve that.
Okay, so the plan right now, if this got rezoned, would be to connect through Brookside?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right. And you'll find it in there, there's a discussion about, how do you do a, what I'll call a kind of a mid-block pedestrian crossing of a road? There's no stop sign here, don't want to add one, there's no traffic light here, you don't want to add one. But there are DOT designs, and there are some actually you can find in Hyde Park on Route 9 about how you control traffic and get pedestrians safely across a road like this. And so there are other standards in place across the state about how that works.
Okay, and then in the application, you talk about police, you kind of break down basically schools, the strain on schools between single family or the multifamily. You break down EMS service, you break down fire department, you break down the traffic. So obviously, I mean, we're talking about, I think you guys have the numbers, 128 people compared to 394 people. And you acknowledge that it's going to be more services, but then you also break down taxes. And you break down over the course of 2025 to 2035 how much you would pay in taxes if it was zoned the way it is now, or how much you would contribute if we rezoned it. Is that one of the arguments that is being used to get this rezoned, is that the taxes would be a higher contribution, and we should take that into account, or?
I'm not right. The challenge to us is always to provide information about what is the impact on resources and how is that mitigated. So if you're asking, are the taxes being held out as a carrot? No, right? It's simply a presentation of the facts as we are best able to glean them in terms of what is the impact on the town's resources and what is a project like this contribution towards being able to manage those resources.
Okay, so I just have I know I have a lot of questions, but this is my only chance to get this information out of you.
And it's not, and by the way, it's not your only chance.
No, I know, but we need to make a decision, obviously, at some point here. So, so going back to the taxes, I mean, you put in the application, you broke down the taxes. Were you personally involved in figuring out this information?
Yes.
Okay, so, perfect. I have a couple questions for you about that. In here, you have a table. Page 67 of the EAF, where you took, I think, 11 nearby parcels. And from what I can see, and correct me if I'm wrong, you kind of went and looked at nearby parcels and you put their total tax bill, and then you broke it down by Arlington, county, town, library, and so on. And you came up with an average of $7,623 per parcel, basically.
Right.
And then below that, you came out with, okay, we'll use $8,600 as on average, what if we built it out currently, what they would contribute. And then you took that number, and that's how you got to your, and I know you did some, because it's only 50% occupancy in 2025 and whatnot. So you count.
And assuming that taxes go up at 2% a year,
Yeah.
which may or may not, you had to pick some numbers to be able to project, but sure. Yeah.
So I guess part of this is, obviously, we know that resources are going to have, we, as a town, as a fire company, as a highway department, it's going to cost us more overall to maintain a place for 390-something people compared to 120-something people. When I went through this, I actually went and looked up the parcel IDs that you used to come up with this average. And I'm just trying to get the thought process behind it, because there's 11 parcels here, and all but 4 of them are homes that were built 3 decades or more ago, and they're all under $300,000 for home assessments. So I guess my first question is, how did you pick these to use when we're talking about 3,000 to 4,000 square foot homes? Because, and I get it, it's conceptual, but your whole argument to us is based off of these, and this is what we have to look at.
Sure. My best recollection is that we picked the parcels that are immediately adjacent to this, right? That was, and we'll pick different ones if you'd like. It's, right, it's, but that was, to not be accused of cherry picking parcels
No,
one or the other.
I'm not saying.
No. I just our thought process, and that was just well, let's pick what's right here, because they have the same, presumably the same features, other than being old and existing. They have the same features that new development there, and that's why we chose them. And it was right again if they're.
I completely understand
right.
why you chose them.
Right.
I just don't know, because then you go on to explain how, obviously, you took the time to put in here that this is how much taxes we'd contribute with rezoning, and this is how much taxes we'd contribute if we didn't rezone. But in all reality, I mean, I would personally, to give a better picture and to make this argument, would use, I mean, $7,600 for a tax bill with schools and everything else. But let's say we did use your average of $8,600. There's more strain on everything. One of the things that I have to get over, hurdle, is proportionally per family, you're going to be paying a lot less in taxes compared to if you built single-family homes. So I guess I'm just want to understand your thought process of how is that a good thing for the town? Because if you take the numbers you gave us and you divide it out by the people, it's significantly lower per person.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just, how are we supposed to make that argument?
And there are a million ways to look at this, but I think a couple of things to point out is you use the words costs to maintain. So with a typical subdivision, you've got town roads that the highway department is maintaining and plowing and taking care of. Right, so you've got the town. I say you, right? Really is the highway department, but you, the town, have increased responsibility. You've got in place of that, you've got a managed complex. We deal with the roads, we deal with the water, we deal with the sewer, we deal with all that maintenance. We deal with really all the issues internal that never you never see or hear about. So more people go to the library, right? But is that a bad thing? More people would be available to volunteer at the ambulance corps. But is that a bad thing? Those are the types of trade-offs that really happen with more people. Is there we've got sprinkler buildings here. You don't have that in residential homes. So what's that differential? And these are built with certainly a better, from a fire safety perspective, better products than what was built 50, 60, 25 years ago, right? So those are, and that's true for, it's true for the subdivision as well for multifamily houses, but those are kind of all the things that go into that certainly you're going to have to assess on your own standards, but it's not a one-for-one, I don't believe, in terms of cost to the town for this type of multifamily housing versus a residential subdivision. Simply, they're just different.
I have two quick more questions for you, and then I'll let somebody else go. I actually went this past Saturday, and I knocked on every homeowner's door that adjoins your property. And I just was there to listen. I didn't, the biggest concern every single person had was the effect on their home value if we rezone this. So what would be your explanation for their concerns if we did rezone this, why their home value wouldn't go down with apartments compared to single-family homes?
I've also knocked on every door. They talk to you. I've talked to a few of the neighbors, but I've not been successful at reaching everyone now. So, and it's important to us, I think, to have that outreach to the neighbors because it is literally next to them. So, how does this How does this impact their property values? Probably the only way to prove that out beyond the shadow of a doubt is look at property values for homes adjacent to Brookside. I don't have any other measure to think about, but my experience is that a well-managed project like this always drives up home value, and it's just what happens when you have a big investment next to you. It drives your value up. That's what we've seen over and over.
Okay.
I've not commissioned that analysis around Brookside, but that's what you would expect.
And then last thing is, one of the things that I've heard is that the argument has been is that it would have made more sense for the codification committee who came up with the comprehensive plan to really, this should have been zoned Hamlet residential up to Salt Point. Was Brookside, when that was built, since we're using it as a connection of this, looking at the zoning maps that's in the comprehensive plan, it doesn't look like Brookside was all Hamlet residential. Did you go before the town board at that time to get that rezoned?
I don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay.
But I will tell you that, and I'm by the way, just by training and experience, I'm a planner. I'm an environmental planner. I've been doing this for a long time, 30 plus years. But it is more typical in a where zones change to run a zone line, not stopping at a street line, but stopping the next property in. So you don't really have. So what you have on a road is you have the same use on a road, not changing across the road. And certainly towns and committees have again many different ways of doing it, but it is a fairly common concept that you would continue a zone one parcel deep, so your road is consistent. So, again, obviously wasn't done here. I don't know why or when that might have happened, but that's,
Okay. And then, just overall, all your arguments in here, and I understand that you said the first one is you're not even going to build single-family homes if you don't get the rezoning, but a lot of the arguments that were submitted in the application, even though that's conceptual, a lot of the facts that you put in here were based off of your conceptual plan. I personally, it's just my opinion, I would have liked to have seen the single-family home plan be more realistic of some of the policies and the comprehensive plan of the town, because it's very difficult for me to read through this and look at, for example, I'll give you an example of the water. It's made the argument by feet of this is how much pipe we would need if we got the rezoning. This is how many thousands of feet we would need if we didn't get the rezoning. And this is uneconomical. We're not going to put a central water system in for 33 homes. It's very difficult for me to compare the two because you filled up every single spot on the land. And do you understand what I wished that the first plan,
Right.
you would have formulated it in a way that it actually, what I feel would be more, and I was on the planning board before this, and I feel that I would be very surprised if the planning board approved that conceptual plan
Right.
as something to actually build. And I'm having a mental difficulty of using this as facts and to making a decision because I feel like the first plan honestly isn't realistic, but all of your facts are based on those two plans.
sure. And I just, one thing on water, what we looked at was it economical to bring central water over here? And so we looked at, looked at feet, well, because that's how you know how expensive a water system is how far you have to bring it. So, and if you had fewer homes, it's still likely you still have to get the water to every home. So if we had 25 homes, well right now, as analysis is presented, there are about 4 times as many units, and it's twice as long of a water run. So it's 8 times the cost. So you take units out, now the math is even worse. So it just becomes, it really, it just doesn't work even more. So just to understand that was, again, as we looked at it, that it gets very expensive to the point where you can't do it.
And I thank you for answering my questions. I'm trying to make the point of I understand that's a conceptual thing for you, but for us, and my feeling is that's what this whole thing is based on, is your conceptual plan. So when we have to make a decision, that's kind of what you gave us. So I don't have any more questions, but I appreciate you taking the time to answer them.
Absolutely, and again, it's certainly within, as you know, this board's purview. If you look at something a little differently, that's understood. Right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Good. So, is that the end of the presentation, or do you
Yeah,
have
I think,
more?
right, Mr. First wanted to, just to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John First. I'm the attorney at Catania Mann and Ryder. Just to kind of, those are some excellent questions. Just to kind of backtrack to a lot of the reasoning for showing that single-family concept was for secret purposes to kind of provide a baseline. Like, this is what is permitted under the zoning, just as a comparison, because we're not dealing with nothing. You're dealing with a land where you can put in single-family homes. Now, whether they're clustered or not clustered, there's still the opportunity to build there. So I think it was really, the concept was really for a comparison for secret purposes. But I think you have some excellent questions, and in my mind, this is kind of the start of the process. If you need more information, if you need more studies, that's what it's all about. I mean, we're hoping that the board would accept the petition tonight and at least start the process. and request, with the rezone and refer it over to the planning board. Planning board has to provide a recommendation, and through the planning board, we can go through those analysis and go through those studies. That's what they do. As the council member noted, as a former planning board member, he knows that process of, as far as the information that's needed to address his concerns and any other questions or concerns any other board members or the public has. So that's all they're really looking. This is just the beginning. There's no decision has to be made tonight. It's just a matter of just starting the process.
I want to thank you gentlemen very much. Appreciate it. And I want to thank you all for sticking it out and being as quiet as possible, because it was very important, and excellent questions and excellent answers. So thank you very much, all.
Can I say a little bit?
Sure, by all means.
Just for the benefit of the public to understand this process. So the request is for a zoning change, and so that's a question for the town board to decide, because that would be a change in the law to assign a different zoning district to this land so that a different type of development could be built there. So that's why this is before the town board instead of the planning board at this point. If the town board has to decide whether to just accept the application. That hasn't been decided yet. And if the town board accepts the application, then what they would do is refer it to the planning board. One of the two boards would go through the seeker review process and get into more of the environmental studies. And then it would have to come back to the town board for this board to decide whether or not to actually grant the zoning change. If that happened, then the next step would be for the planning board to fine tune the actual project. It's just that this board can't consider whether to change the zoning without knowing what would get built if they do that. So that's why we have these conceptual plans. It's all very preliminary. We don't have a resolution prepared for tonight because I think the board just wanted to listen and ask questions. And then if they decide they want to accept the application and move it ahead, again, that wouldn't mean that they're agreeing to change the zoning. It would just mean that they're accepting the application for the purposes of studying the effects more. It could always change along the way. And so that's the status at this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So that brings us on to the Bodner subdivision, and I believe... Thank you very much, Jeff. And I believe we have people here. How are you?
Good, yourself? Just gonna get set up here.
You know, we bought this wonderful thing that you could leave up. It's like the best one ever in history.
All right, good evening, members of the town board. My name is Rebecca Volk. I'm the attorney for the applicant here. I'm here with Eric Rogie from Hudson Land Design, who has designed this project. This is a proposed subdivision on, not far from here, on Barbara and Martin Lanes. And the concept here is we have 8.2 acres, and it's actually 4 existing lots, which are going to be reconfigured into 3 lots that range from 2.1 to 2.87 and 3.22 acres. Just very briefly, my client Rick Bodner and his siblings, their parents actually purchased the property back in 1941, and it was subdivided in 47, which actually is what created the original neighborhood of Barbara and Martin Lane. And for the last 70 years, I'm doing the math here, our clients, after their parents passed away, have retained the property, and it's been open for all these years. And now he would like to have this arrangement for the possibility of 3 lots. This matter's been before the planning board. Eric has been handling that for the applicant. I believe it's been about a year. There's been a few reconfigurations. We looked at different ways to do the driveway, and
Can I just stop you a second?
Sure.
Sir, could you just close that door, or? I didn't mean to interrupt your flow there,
That's
but
fine.
it was starting to be distracting.
That's fine. So what was ultimately determined that due to some steep slopes and other improvements that would be necessary if access was granted out to Martin Road, that a common driveway up to Barbara Lane would probably be the best layout for these properties. Your code does encourage the use of common driveways. But we're here at the board for two reasons. One is an application that I'm sure you've seen before. It's called for an open development area under 280A. Because these lots will not have direct frontage onto either road, it will allow us to have it as a common driveway. The second application is a little unique, and it's actually relief from Town Code Section 460-3 sub A, and that your code requires any driveway have an unobstructed site distance of 300 feet minimum to 400 feet maximum in either direction, to be determined by posted speed limit, and it's measured from a point 12 feet from the edge of the town highway. What I say is interesting about your code is it gives the highway superintendent absolutely no discretion in this matter. Other codes do tend to do that, yours does not. You have to come to the town board for a variance if you're unable to satisfy that essentially 100-foot window. So our proposed site distances would be 105 feet to the road crest towards the east and 165 to the road curve towards the west. Now, I'm not going to get into all the details and all the arguments because you hopefully will be scheduling this for a public hearing this evening, but we will be presenting information as the fact that you cannot get the site distances in your code anywhere on Barbara and Martin, and that what we're proposing would be generally in line with the site distances in this neighborhood, and we believe it can be safely provided using AASHTO information. So with that, brief background, the code requires that, actually, the code does not really specify how this variance is handled. So we've made the respective suggestion that it be treated as the zoning board would treat an area variance, which would require you to refer the matter to the planning board for its comment, and a hearing could be scheduled no earlier than 30 days after circulation to the planning board for their comment. And that's really the sum of our presentation this evening on the two unique applications we're here for.
I have one question real quick. You just said that none of the other driveways have the 300-foot.
I don't think we...
Not on
Not on
Barbara.
Barbara, yeah.
But on Martin? I don't think Martin.
There might be one or two
Okay.
areas.
Okay.
Can't get it.
Can you hear him, just because he's...
I can, but you really should go to the microphone so that they can get you at home.
Yeah.
State your name.
Eric Rogie, Hudson Land Design, engineer for the project.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hills and all the curves in this area, generally you don't get the minimum 300 foot in any of the driveways.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Hello? Anybody, questions? Yep, you want to,
Yes, hi. So I did prepare a resolution for this tonight, if you want to adopt it. Do you want me to read the resolution into the record, or do you?
it's on the next page, so
Oh,
when
it's
we
on
just,
when the
we're gonna have,
resolution-
we'll have the
okay.
folks speak
Okay.
first and.
So I'd rather not have to read it. If
I have no
we'll make it part
objection
of the
to you
record.
not reading it.
And I am familiar with the 288 process. The area variance is a little bit of a quandary. We have to figure out how that, what the standards are going to be for that. But the resolution is scheduling it for a public hearing in January. Does that sound reasonable? Just need,
Well, January's gonna be,
or do you want to?
we have to do our schedule for January, because we have.
So maybe we should hold off actually setting the date for the public hearing, or do you?
Yeah, we will probably come to that date tonight. But first, we have to set our schedule for next year.
Okay, so we'll,
Is that also on your agenda for
Yes,
this
it is.
evening? Okay.
yeah, so we'll do that tonight. And the resolution provides that it will be forwarded to the planning board for its comment. And I've also included in the resolution that it be sent to the town of Pleasant Valley Highway Superintendent for his input on the site distance issues. And it's a unlisted action under seeker, and we'll probably defer to the planning board for a lead agency status, but we can decide that when we get it.
So you think you'll do a coordinated
When we get
review
the-
on this?
The input from the planning board. So it's just a matter of deciding when we're going to schedule it for the public hearing and passing the resolution tonight and forwarding this all on with the application to the planning board.
And I would just follow up that we have not had discussions with the highway superintendent himself. I think once he realized the code didn't give him any discretion in the matter, it was, okay, you got to go to the town board and take care of this issue. So we are interested in hearing what comments he would have, and if there were, any suggestions. One idea I think that was raised was if a sign on the street would be appropriate to warn traffic that the driveway is, we see them, driveway coming up on the right, something along those lines. So, I just offer that. We haven't gone into a lot of the mitigation in our application that might be possible, so we would be very interested in hearing that because we haven't received that feedback yet.
I don't see any problem with the 280A application. The variance is going to be a little bit more difficult to grapple with.
Okay.
Are you intending to stay until that happens tonight, or? are
I
you-
was intending to stay if possible, because the client is anxious
'cause
to
we usually go
report.
till
And he will
midnight.
be here for any public hearing, in case you had any specific questions for the owner.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have some quarterly reports from our different departments. First, our assessor report, which he could not make tonight, but he did give me something to read. The office is continuing to process the reviewing the incoming sales and changes to assessment inventory for the purpose of evaluation of the 2023 assessment roll. We continue to handle existing basic star recipients once they turn 65 years old. We will be mailing out the agricultural exemption renewals, low-income senior and disability exemptions this month. Routine calls and inquiries continue to come in. Mostly these are regarding taxes, exemptions, and potential home buyers. That's from our assessor. At this time, we'd like to call upon our zoning administrator. Come on up. Sarah Davis.
Good evening. I have to put my glasses on. Good evening. Happy holidays. All that. I'll just go through the boards first. The zoning boards doesn't have much going on. They've done a couple area variances in the last quarter. There is going to be an interpretation before them about battery storage.
Right.
They're appealing my decision, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Planning board's been working on small subdivisions like Bodner, change of use and signs, and Wigston has presented in front of them as a concept thing, again, the same as yours. Rebecca is leaving as chairman of the planning board, and I understood she was to stay on the board and that Trish would be chairman, but those aren't my decisions.
Right.
So in the zoning department, we actually review all the building permits for compliance. We do title searches, and we take all your complaints, everything, property maintenance, animals. I have one about goats eating somebody else's barn. Those are all things we can help the community with. Those are things we do. It might not be a violation to have your goat eat somebody else's barn, but we can certainly facilitate the conversation that we can fix this. It's not that hard. I have 6 new complaints this month and this quarter. And then I got 2 cases are open and working with the resident to gain compliance. And one was closed and one was unfounded. There's nothing I could do about it. The zoning code has been amended for our grass maintenance chapter, which is great. I know the snow's flying now and it's not going to help, but it certainly will help next year when June and July come around and nobody's cut the grass yet. So there'll be a big change. I believe the town board is looking at legislation, or I've given you legislation about Airbnbs. It's getting to be a problem. I've talked to prospective buyers who have looked at 8-bedroom homes on 28 acres and are not, they have no problem telling you they're doing an Airbnb. That's the only reason they're buying it.
Right.
And that doesn't sit, on a 20-acre parcel, it's okay, but on an 8-acre parcel, it might not be okay. So it's something that needs to be looked at. And you're still looking at unregistered cars?
I believe we're going to, go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, it's on for tonight with the,
Oh, okay. I didn't look.
the amendments that we talked about.
Oh, okay, because that classic motor vehicles and stuff were getting to be the problem. I do sidewalks. I tell people to shovel their sidewalks. I know I'm awful, it's terrible. I know every sidewalk we have is along a county or state road, which makes it extra difficult, and I understand that. And I try to work with people, but you really need to do it, just a little. Just do it, I guess, which is a stupid phrase. The zoning department is tasked with the responsibility of maintaining accurate property records. I have property records in my office of every piece of property in this town and what's ever happened in that town. Granted, some of these are empty. Open them up, nothing's ever happened, but some of them are quite full. And we've gotten scanners from my 2 secretaries, so that information can get uploaded right into our computer system that does building permits. So that's all right in there, as well as the paper copy. We'll never get rid of paper, I'm sure, but
Yeah.
it's there. Okay. The building department did 65 building permits, conducted 70 inspections, 67 of those passed, 3 failed. We closed 38 building permits. We have 295 open building permits. And 4 of those in the last quarter were for single-family homes. The total income from the department this quarter was $28,880, and building permits out of that were 16,000, and the rest were planning and zoning fees. We conducted 32 municipal searches, 17 FOIL requests, and 15 notarizations. That's it.
Thank you very much. I want to just commend you on the handling of one particular, and I'm not going to go into the details, but it was a very sensitive situation we have up on Smith, and that was very well done, and hopefully it'll come to an outcome and hopefully a happy one. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
I'd like to call upon the town clerk for her report.
Good evening, everyone. So my report goes from September 1st, 2022 to November 30th, 2022. So we renewed 132 dog licenses. We had 3 dog seizure fees. We had 11 marriage licenses. We had 9 marriage transcripts. We had 41 death transcripts. We sold 54 hunting and fishing licenses. We did 1 peddler's permit. Total monies to the supervisor was $2,990.62. Total monies to New York State was $7,804.38. I completed 30 notaries in my office within this time span. I do not charge for notaries. I just do it as a service. Okay. The refuse station. Please remember, this money that I tell you only reflects the sales of refuse tickets. It does not include any expenses that this refuse station has. So the month of September, we sold $5,878 worth of tickets. October, we sold $5,378. November, we sold $4,658. Total till November, for the year was $61,897. We did 43 handicap renewal tags. We had 6 FOIL requests, and there are none pending. In regards to the flu clinic, as I have stated in my last report, there was a pharmacist shortage this fall, and we were having trouble finding a pharmacist to come administer the flu shots for the clinic. I would like to give a big shout out to Ashley Reifenberg. She's a pharmacist from Hannaford. She also happens to be Michael's wife. She stepped up to the plate to help us out, and she volunteered her time. Since the flu clinic ran a little later than we anticipated, about 3 to 4 weeks later, it was a little slower than we liked. It was 17 total administered shots. Big thank you to Councilman Reifenberg for helping out, and Councilwoman Albrecht. She also came in to volunteer on that day. In regards to the Citizens Preparedness Training, on Wednesday, November 30th, Dutchess County Department of Emergency Response came into our town hall and did a Citizens Preparedness Training class. What a great turnout we had, with 76 people in attendance. Prior to COVID, attendance at these trainings were at a minimum. Post-COVID, these classes are now packed. People came as far as the town of Marlborough and New Windsor. This training class gives the citizens the tools and resources to be better prepared in any type of disaster. They learn how to respond accordingly in a disaster and recover as quickly as possible to pre-disaster conditions. Each family received a free Citizens Preparedness Corps Response Starter Kit. When this training comes up again in another municipality, I would strongly recommend for all to go and take this class. Special thanks to Bill Beal, Director of Emergency Management, Sean Castano, Deputy Commissioner of Emergency Response, and the wonderful volunteers with the Medical Reserve Corps. These special people keep us safe, informed, and prepared, teaching us the tools and resources in any type of disaster. Please download the Ready Dutchess mobile app to get the latest information as it becomes available. Just as a reminder, tax season is coming upon us. We have a drop box in the foyer. This drop box is noted on the new tax bills and is available for any type of payments for the clerk's office, planning, zoning, building, or court. The foyer is open 24/7 for your convenience. Just a reminder, the transfer station will be open normal hours during Christmas and New Year's. Their hours are going to be Friday, December 23rd from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, December 24th from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., Friday, December 30th from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Saturday, December 31st from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please note, all town offices will be closed on Monday, December 26th, and Monday, January 2nd. Since the inclement weather is upon us, please check our Facebook page and website for delayed openings and closings of all town offices. I'd like to thank everyone who donated to the Helping Tree in my office this year. We got tree trimming, scarves, gloves, and mittens. Your donations were greatly appreciated. I'd like to give a big I would like to give my sincere appreciation, gratitude, and thanks to my deputy, Kathy Miller, and Debbie Dooley for all their hard work. Their extra efforts have not gone unnoticed. You are truly an asset to the clerk's office. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
And at this time, we'd like to have our report from our Recreation Director.
Happy holidays, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss the recreation programs tonight. Soccer, we ended soccer November 19th with the largest number of players ever, 150 in-house players. Our Intertown League has grown to 6 teams ranging from U12 through U19 with a girls' U12 team. That's a total of almost 100 players. Thank you, Charlie Jensen, our junior coach, who also plays PV soccer, for coaching one of the U12 teams. It's great to see our youth helping out. Last but not least, our Soccer Tots program also had a successful fall season. Kudos to Tracy Santiago, our soccer director, for all her hard work. I have Bauer Park for the security and electric. I was wondering if I'd be able to move ahead with the reaching out for the electric for Bauer Park.
Were we waiting on the Rettel donation for that?
Yeah, do we
Yeah,
re-
Warren's going to speak to that in a little bit.
Oh,
It's
okay.
later on the agenda, but it's not, there's still some, it's not ready to go just yet, the Rettel donation. So
No.
Sandy was,
I think next month they'll be ready. They have to do some internal tax issues to deal with before it's transferred to the town, so figure in about 30 days, we should be ready to.
So you
accept
feel we should wait before reaching out, or?
I think, isn't this
would
actually on the
rather-
discussion for later?
I think what we should do, that would probably fall underneath all of our security pieces that we were talking about for our parks.
yeah.
So why don't you wait, we'll take.
Hold on?
well, yeah,
Sure.
Wait on that.
Our senior program, Lisa Aravena, our senior citizen recreation activity specialist, has been busy traveling with our seniors. They went to a Bob Hope tribute in November at the AquaTurf Club, which is in Plantsville, Connecticut, and a casino trip to Resorts World in the Catskills. Our program has grown to almost 80 registrants. A big thank you to Lisa Aravena and Tony for all their hard work, to the town and to the town clerk and her staff for accepting reservations Monday through Thursday when the seniors do not meet. Friday is the drop-in program. Why not pass by, make some new friends, visit with old friends, and you can check our website for trip schedules and updates. I'm happy to say the tennis court up at Helen Aldridge, they finished the work. The court looks great, especially with the addition of the 2 new pickleball court lines. We plan on offering an outdoor adult pickleball program in the spring when we move the new winter program outside, which brings me to pickleball. I'm happy to announce our new pickleball program that the town board will be passing resolutions for tonight. We are starting indoors at the LMS gym on Friday nights, starting January 13th. It will be a twofold registration process. Players will register on the PV Rec website, and then they will be able to register for the times they want to play at Playtime Scheduler. This seems to be the scheduler that a lot of the towns use for picking your slots. We're lucky to have an experienced pickleball player running the league, Teresa Lucarini, and hopefully she'll be our newest rec leader tonight. The new Helen Aldridge Park well, BF Beal has started the drilling of the well. They're going to be returning December 27 to perform a hydro flush, which will open the water veins to increase the number of gallons per minute. The Helen Aldridge Depression. I'm happy to say the depression has been filled, and it has made a world of difference. It looks great. We will add the topsoil and the hydro seed in the spring. Intertown Summer Volleyball League. We're excited to announce we plan on having a summer outdoor volleyball league with the surrounding towns. We have already started some of the preliminary work, and thank you Superintendent Baxter and his crew. Once again, they're coming to our rescue, and we'll be working on the outdoor court this coming spring. Bathrooms, the MIG grant. Our insurance broker, Emery & Webb, is working with the county right now as we speak with respect to the required certificate of insurance. Hopefully, that'll be the last piece of, technical documentation we need to present to the county, and then they'll take the next step. Fall Winter Youth Basketball Program, we have had a good response to our program since not being able to play basketball for the last 2 years. We are in our second week of games this week. Unfortunately, ref availability is a challenge this season. We are playing games with Beekman basketball, so it should be a really interesting and robust season for the players. As far as the availability of the BOCES gym, we are still not using it, and I do not foresee them allowing us to use the gym this season. Luckily, we have LMS, which we didn't have before, and we also have more availability at Arthur S. May, so that should suffice. The MOU. This is an agreement with Arlington Central School District and the town of Pleasant Valley regarding field usage at West Road and gym usage in Arlington. An updated MOU was sent to Arlington in July, and we're still waiting for their modifications. I will be contacting them the first of the year after holidays, requesting a meeting with them, and I'll keep you posted.
And if you need to set up another meeting to spark it, let me know.
Yeah. Well, I figured after the holidays. This is a bad time right
That's
now.
fine.
Half people aren't around, and the PV assistant, oh, that was, I have the wrong thing here. Hang on a second. This is the part-time assistant recreation leader. I've been receiving resumes for this position from our email blasts and announcements on the new rec page. I have interviewed several candidates and will continue the interview process. I am hopeful to be able to present a candidate to the town board after the first of the year. Internships. The NABA intern, Matthew Cross, wants to volunteer a couple of hours once or twice a week in the recreation department. We're working on a schedule and hope to see him soon. Between people being sick and all that's going on, I'm hoping we get this up and going by the first of the year. And that's it. I want to thank you for your time and consideration. Don't forget to check our website, pvrec.com.
Thank you, Sandra. I make a motion that we change the word depression to slant. For those of you following, you'll understand. If you know, you know. It's one of those things.
I make a motion that we open the meeting.
Hold on. We have one little caveat. Somebody was left off, and we can't let them be left off. So we have to make a amendment to bring the highway superintendent for his report up.
So I'll make a motion that we add to oral reports the highway superintendent.
I second. All in favor? Aye. By all means. Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, Town Board. Hope everybody's doing good tonight. So it's the end of another year for us, in some aspects, thank God, and some other aspects, because we got a lot of weather coming, unfortunately. Past 2022 has been a pretty good year, even though we've kind of been shorthanded this past year. Had some people move on and some people retire, and I've had the same problem everybody else has had, trying to find people to work. I don't know what happened with all the workers that were there, but they seem to have hopped on a spaceship and disappeared or something. I don't know. That being said, I do have a new MEO that I have just recently hired. He starts January 4th. And I have another gentleman who's actually coming in tomorrow for an interview. So fingers crossed that will actually put us back at full capacity, and we'll be back full capacity again at the highway garage. This past year, I was able to pave a little over 3 miles of roads. Unfortunately, the blacktop indexes were killing us, so we stretched it as far as we could. We've replaced over 600 feet of culvert pipe and drainage, and we've patched or repaired over 46 miles of roads. When you figure we have 70 miles of roads, 46 doesn't sound like a lot, but you keep in mind when the guys are patching those roads, they're walking almost the entire 46 miles. They're not jumping in a truck and going 10 feet. They're literally walking with the roller and a shovel and a rake, and they're walking the 46 miles of road. So it takes some time. I've issued 6 driveway permits this year, and I was able to issue 4 certificates of compliance and to close out those 4 driveways. I still have 8 driveway permits that are still outstanding from last year and this year that haven't been finished yet. There's been a lot of delays still, unfortunately. I know everybody hates to hear the word COVID, but it's still affecting all of us. Just want a little public reminder, garbage cans, keep them back 3 feet from the edge of the road. It's that time of year. Believe it or not, despite what the public thinks, we do not aim for garbage cans when we're plowing. They do make a good target, but something as simple as slush off the wing can easily take out a garbage can, can take out a mailbox, can damage a car, there's a million things that just, the weight of snow and ice. So garbage cans at least 3 feet back from the curb. There's no parking of vehicles on public roads in the, during a snowstorm or ice storm or anything going on this winter. Like to thank all my guys and gals at the highway garage, especially my foreman Robbie and my assistant Beth. Without those guys, I'd be armless. They really do make it come together on a daily basis. And of course, all my guys that listen to my phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning go, God, again. But otherwise, we're looking pretty good going into this year. I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. We're looking forward to it. So, that being said, that's the end of my report. Do you guys want me to go through the 3 things I have on the agenda, the 284?
While you're here, you might as well,
Get those
sure.
closed up.
Technically speaking, they're not on the agenda yet. They're just items of special consideration.
Okay.
I hate to
Right.
be the stickler here, but
No, I know, yep, you're 100%
we
right.
gotta wait till we get there, unfortunately.
Can you hang?
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, John. I know you got early in the morning because of the storm, but
But real
okay.
quickly, what are we expecting this weekend?
Well,
Weather?
should I give them my standard? My standard.
No, we'd like a little inside info. What
I watch the same weather report you do. No, so actually, I mean that is true, but it's also untrue because I watch 5 and 6 and 7 different weather reports, and they say the European model and the English model and the yada yada model. I also read the Farmer's Almanac, thanks to my mom. I think we're going to get a lot of rain. I think it's going to be very ugly, and I think if you can stay home from late Thursday night, Friday morning through Saturday, I know it's the holiday season, I think the roads are going to be a mess. I think we're going to get what they're calling a flash freeze. We're going to get a lot of wind, so that should help hopefully dry some of the roads off. But the less traveled roads and our tertiary roads, like our wards and Clinton Avenues, it's going to be a mess. And there's nothing we can do about it but fix it Monday morning. Obviously, the guys will be out salting and sanding and scraping and keeping the roads as clean as possible. But they're calling for anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of rain in like a 12-hour period.
Right.
That's like 4 feet of snow, just to give give everybody a measure of what it looks like. So,
Thank you, sir.
yep, no problem.
thanks, John.
Okay.
Mike, you can make your motion now.
I make a motion to open the meeting to the public for new business and old business only. That's on the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So anything that's on the
This
agenda?
is your time, folks. This is your time.
Hello. I'm Katrina Maloney at 22 Coachman. And today, happy winter solstice, is my 2nd anniversary in our new house here in Pleasant Valley. So
Congratulations.
I love it. I'm very happy here. I really appreciate the Highway Department. I want to say that because we live on Coachman Way, which is off of Smith Road, and I never have any trouble getting out when we have a snowstorm, so I really appreciate that. I'd like to just bring up a couple of things. Well, one thing regarding, there was mention of the grass cutting from, I guess that was the zoning, from the zoning report. Why don't we plant wildflowers like they do in some of the corridors?
Okay, let me.
Can I not talk about that? It's on the agenda?
It's not on the agenda. I think we passed that already.
Oh, no? Okay, all right. Can I talk about the rezoning request for
Sure.
Kirchup? Okay. So I know that this is just a preliminary thing, but I'm just going to throw out my quick comments. Thank you so much, Mr. Reifenberg, Councilmember Reifenberg, for all of your questions. They were very well thought out. I appreciate that. So he mentioned 148 units. I'd like to know, just like, I'm sorry, I almost called it Urology Village, because that's what I call it, Eastdale Village. Just because that big sign is there. So my friends and I call it that. But Is it going to be businesses just like Eastdale Village? Or is it just, okay,
Well, as per the plan that as per the concept plan that we have now, no.
No, nothing
Okay.
there.
He mentioned about land being saved, and what happens in the future use, their concept, of what they're doing. Is that possible to change in the future? The grass, the haying and all of that. So I have concerns about future use as well. And are they gonna put fake grass in like they do over at Eastdale, which is, definitely not great. He mentioned water, and a usage test. I have long-term concerns about water usage in Pleasant Valley. I mean, we had a really dry summer, and we put in a very small 300-gallon cistern for our own house, just so I can water my garden over the summer without using our own personal well water. But I do think that, in Pleasant Valley here, I've been told that we have water concerns, so that is a big concern for me, is the water usage. He also mentioned rentals. Well, affordable housing, yes, we do need affordable housing. He didn't say anything about affordable housing. How many of those units, what percentage is going to be affordable housing? What is the cost of each of those units? Mr. Councilmember Reifenberg also mentioned the taxes. I mean, there's just no way we could possibly get as many tax dollars from a rental of 148 units as a whole by one owner as we could from single-family homes. Also, people who have single-family homes, I think they are more community-minded, not just their little village type thing. Will it block the view for the neighbors if we're having 3-story apartments? And what are their thoughts on that? What is the environmental impact? Are they putting in any solar? What are they doing for the environment since they're going to be taking so much away? And how is this good for the community? He also mentioned that it was good for the community. Well, it's good for Eastdale Village. It's good for the community that it connects to, but they're not going to be walking down the street and doing business here in downtown Pleasant Valley, which is where all the traffic will be going to and from when they're visiting our grocery store over here at Acme. And then there's a school impact, and there's definitely a traffic impact, because already we have a major impact from just Eastdale Village. And I like Eastdale Village. I go there, I get my bagels, but there is traffic, there is an impact, and I think, gosh, these are very expensive community homes. Can anybody afford them who lives in an apartment? Where are they coming from, and what kind of income do they have to have? He also mentioned the difference in a community septic for houses. I would assume that that's what you're installing in an apartment complex, is a community septic as well. So I just don't understand what he meant by that, that it would be difficult to have a community septic. And I already mentioned the taxes. Would Pleasant Valley make more tax money if we don't rezone? I think we would. So, I love walking communities. I really appreciate having more people in our community, but I'm not sure this is a great idea. That's my opinion. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please.
How you doing, Mike? My name's Rich Bellevue, and I want to say thank you very much to Mr. Riffenberg for his questions and all. My wife wanted to be here tonight also, but she got called into work. She's a nurse. I want to say thank you for this opportunity to share our concerns regarding the proposal development on Wigston Road. As we understand, there is a proposition by the developer asking to have the property rezoned from houses to apartments. We are against this request for rezoning for the following reasons. The amount of traffic will increase on Wigston and Salt Point. Wigston is already a cut-through road where most of the cars do not follow the speed limit, and there's several school bus stops on that road. Wigston is already the home to 2 apartment complexes, Brookside and Spring Creek, and Wigston also has a trailer home park. There is an increased number of multi-dwelling choices available along Wigston. There is no need to build apartments, we feel, and the developer purchased this land that was zoned for houses. It is not appropriate to ask to have it rezoned so he can make more money. This is a developer that already has developed numerous properties that have apartments. He should stick with what the property is already legally zoned for. Arlington School District is already crowded. The traffic in Pleasant Valley along 44 is intolerable. What used to take 15 minutes to get to work is now taking 30. Our home is a home to several wildlife species. At any given morning or evening, we see deer, foxes, turkeys, and coyote. Occasionally, there are reports of a bear. We would prefer to keep Pleasant Valley as rural as possible. This developer should develop only houses that have large yards and not so much of an impact on our roads and schools. We are not opposed to the developer developing his property, but against the apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Suzanne Horn, Route 44. The first time I laid eyes on the high-rise apartment buildings at Eastdale on Route 44, I felt like I was back on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Eastdale Village is a replica of urban living with tall, self-contained higher-density apartment buildings mixed with stores and service providers so that renters can be less dependent on their cars. Last week and this evening, a presenter for 71 Wigston Road, LLC, proposed building Eastdale apartment buildings on the north side of Wigston Farm in Pleasant Valley's medium-density residential zone. By any stretch of the imagination, this can't possibly be an extension of the Meadows. The 2 developments don't look alike. They're neither contiguous nor are they owned by the same limited liability company according to public record. Also, I would refrain from misconstruing the 2007 Municipal Aquifer Report. That report suggests areas to increase minimum parcel acreage in order to support private well and septic systems. It does not advocate a Faustian bargain to build urban housing where it's prohibited in return for a site-specific water and sewage system. 148 dwellings in 3-story apartment buildings and almost twice that number of parking spots are anticipated at 71 Wigston Road. This is a standalone, urban-style apartment complex to be placed in the center of an MDR district that is supposed to be a segue to our rural agricultural zone. A 2-mile drive will get you into town from Wigston Road. Do I believe sidewalks will be built on West Road in spite of not 1, but 2 engineering analyses that point to the unlikeliness of that happening? No. However, if rezoning an area represents your vision for Pleasant Valley, then as the elected representatives of the people of Pleasant Valley, you have the ability to sponsor a rezoning resolution, put together an environmental impact statement, and adopt an amendment to the comprehensive plan and the zoning map without sending this application on a circuitous route to the planning board for a seeker review of a project that is prohibited in the zone. At present, I have heard nothing, and I see no justifiable reason to do this. Thank you for your attention. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Susan. Anybody else?
Rocco DeVito Jr. I'm from 66 Drake Road. Mr. Reifenberg, thank you for asking those great questions. I'm here to ask the board to reject the Kirchhoff rezoning request. We all see what happens with Eastdale with the traffic in that area. It's just not good for this area. You know, I don't live in Westchester for a certain reason. I live up here. I hate traffic. I do not want to sit in it. I want to get from point A to point B, and that's why I live up here. The scenic area, the way of life up here, we're not looking to overcrowd it, and I think that this project would really cause a lot of traffic in that area. Also, listening to him, saying that he started he was going to do single-family homes and then has no intention of doing that, I feel right then and there we should not trust anything that they're going to say, and I believe that we should definitely deny their request for it. Thank you.
What was your name again, sir?
Rocco DeVito, Jr.
Thank you.
Greg Straley, Pleasant Valley. Mike, want to thank you about getting the bus stop taken care of. That was pretty quick. And again, on the Wigston project, again, like the gentleman just stated, the first page that he was presented everybody was just some scam to get up here. And it's like, Kirchhoff's building a project out in Red Hook, which is residential. What's wrong with Pleasant Valley, putting residential in there, not apartments? He's doing it in Red Hook. You know why he's doing it in Red Hook? And you know why he's not doing apartments? Because they won't let it take place. I mean, but again, they want to do a seeker review on this and that. We've done seeker reviews, but then again, no, we haven't done it, because every time it went in front of the planning board to do a seeker review on anything to do in this town, they just overrode it. The county said about the quarry, up at the quarry. Don't shake your head, John, because everything went on the quarry there. They wanted to put new silos in, and the county said, you need to do a seeker review. What happened? Nah, the planning board says, nah, we got it. We'll take care of it. Yup, and guess who's suffering over it for the last 12 years, going on 13 years now? We, the residents, and nothing's being done. I mean, we need to wake up.
Are we talking about the Wigston project, or are we talking about the quarry?
Well, we're talking about doing a
I need
seeker
a major
review.
comparison. Are we done on the Wigston?
Yeah, Wigston.
Okay, let's
Yep.
then stay there.
Okay. So now to get off the Wigston thing, this is new and old business, right? Last month, you said you had what you were going to present back to me because of the attorney wasn't here. Is that going to take place?
Well, just to kind of, if I can make a point of
Go right
order,
ahead.
just to,
Be my guest.
technically, it's old and new business on the agenda, so technically, it's not part of the published agenda, so.
It wasn't put on it though, Mike. It should have been put on it.
Well, you
on the
can
agenda.
come back at the end of the night when we talk about anything. At this point, we're talking about agenda items,
Okay.
okay?
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry, Kathy Kruger, Rawls Road, Pleasant Valley. The Wigston, I don't live anywhere near there, but I do drive down the road because I cut through that way when I'm always going to Hyde Park. And I just think it would be so sad to take away that land. And for anybody, I'm sorry, just like the homes, the first view we had, I like the word scam. That was pretty good. As far as I'm concerned, anybody who can stand up here and tell us that there's not going to be any traffic change, I've got a lot more common sense, excuse me, than that. And I can't trust anybody who can look at a room and say, we're going to have all these apartments up there, and dear God, there will be no problems with your traffic at all. Today, I was on North Avenue, turning left to get onto 44, and another truck came around down 44, turning onto North Avenue. Do you think he cared how far? I mean, he damn near clipped my whole left fender, and he didn't care that I was honking my horn. I swear half of Pleasant Valley must have been, and the poor guy in back of me was so great as he backed up and the car behind him backed up so that the truck wouldn't hit me. I hope to God we don't wait for somebody to get killed before we really do some serious traffic strategy here. We have to do something in Pleasant Valley before someone gets killed. I don't like the agenda of saying, we're gonna wait for that to happen. We gotta do something, we have to be proactive.
We've been proactive on that. We've already gone through that. They just came here just a couple of weeks ago.
I know, I
And they gave
missed
us a
that, yeah.
report, and they're actually, that's not on the agenda either tonight, but
No, but I mean, him talking about the
I
traffic.
know, I understand the
That was on the
traffic
agenda,
piece.
and that's pretty
It
much
can
a
easily
lie.
morph into
Yeah.
something else, I get it.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, it's just, I can't help it. I just can't trust somebody who can say that,
Point
that
made.
he's gonna do what he's gonna do. or
Point
what he's
taken.
done. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, there's some things that they do. We've already said. It's good.
Carol Roberts, North Avenue. Since our highway superintendent spoke, may I ask him a couple questions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Since our highway superintendent made his report, which was on the agenda,
Correct.
may I speak to him?
You can.
Okay. At the last meeting, I asked about having the town drop their side plows when they plow.
Yes.
The board seemed very sympathetic and receptive to the idea. I would like to know what the talk has been, if there's an outcome, because it is snow time.
So I did bring that up to our highway superintendent, but I will let him answer.
I have already spoken to my guys and had told them that whoever's coming up North Avenue towards the end of their round, to please make sure that they put their wing plow down and take what they can off the sidewalk and try not to damage properties and so on. 'Cause I know we used to do it in the past. I
Yeah.
don't know how it got lost in the mix. That's on me. I apologize.
I cannot thank you enough, because I'll plow when, when it's done snowing, I'll do it, but to have to continually do it.
Right.
So, thank you,
And
thank you.
don't be afraid to, if for some reason it doesn't happen and you get up the next morning, you go, oh my God, look at all, just call my office. I mean, just say, hey, look, can you send, and I'll send somebody down, we'll
That's
make it happen.
wonderful. Then I
We'll make
have
it
a
happen.
comment. I know you guys are shorthanded, I know there's no money, but because of the sidewalks now, the dirt builds up on the side of the road and the weeds grow up to my thigh, right on North Avenue. It is ugly as all get out. I will
Unfortunately-
go out with a weed whacker. I work full-time, I have a very complicated life, so I only have certain times I can do it. I have almost been killed from those trucks that almost took you out today, flying by me while I am on the sidewalk trying to weed whack, even if I'm sweeping on the sidewalk. But if there's any way that can be done more frequently, I know you like once a year, twice a year, they wash the roads, but it doesn't seem to be enough to keep the weeds down.
Well, so, as silly as it may sound, we're not charged with maintaining the weeds on North Avenue because it's a county road. So when I do notice it, I do make phone calls to the county and ask them to come out and take care of it, and they're shorthanded
Okay.
like we are. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
But we
it's
can
not-
make the same phone call
Right,
then?
you can make the same phone calls. So the other side of that is if the county asks me to help them do it, then we're okay. If I just send my guys out to do it and something happens to them, it could be an insurance kind of nightmare.
Yeah, I get
So
that
that being said,
completely.
if you do see my guys on North Avenue or on 44 doing something, it's because they asked us to, and at that point, now we're covered underneath all the umbrellas we need to be covered under.
Okay, that's fine, and knowing that we can make a phone call too, because,
Mhm. Oh, absolutely.
when you live right there, you see it all the time.
Yeah, I
So,
do, and I
okay.
make the same phone calls myself, and,
Okay.
you know, sometimes I bang my head against the same walls.
Thank you, you made my night. And thank you, Mike, just like everybody else, thank you for what you did tonight. Your questions were fantastic. Thank you, the blonde and the green, you were wonderful. Everybody, you were great as usual. Thank you, everybody, for speaking up about this, because you know what? It's not zoned, it's not the Hamlet residential area. It's not the Hamlet. Right off the bat, without considering anything else, it's never going to be the Hamlet. Ever, ever, ever. They may have great ideas for building something like that, but it has to be in a location that's designed for that. We're not, again, going against our comprehensive plan, changing all the character that Pleasant Valley has anymore. So I wouldn't even waste everybody's time and money on going further with this, because it's not Hamlet residential. So it should, no, that's it. I have a list of reasons, but I think we can all just add on to that, so I will shut up. Thank you for letting
you
me
very much.
speak, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Valerie Hovasapian. I am on Robinson Road, Salt Point. Just want to echo, just my one thing I'll add on is he did, the presenter for the rezoning did comment that in general, when you're next to developments like this, your property value goes up. I would doubt that highly. So that's just my add-on to, but I, thank everyone else for commenting, because I do think it would be a mistake.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Gary Vader, Salt Point Turnpike, Pleasant Valley. I guess I'm the best speaker. I'm gonna look like the last one. It was an interesting presentation that we had on a couple of things. I wonder how they treat the right-of-way for the power line that goes through the middle of that. Is that counted as part of the property in acreage or not? I'm not sure whether it's owned or right away.
Probably not. It's
But
not-
I
probably
think
not
they
there,
should,
yeah.
you think that should be a consideration. We are not lacking housing for more than one family or apartments, mobile home park. We have our share for the size of our town. So we're not restricting anybody from that. I think the presentation was fluff. I've heard that word used before, but I'll borrow it. And I hope it isn't used as a wedge to drop it down to something more reasonable in the same project. I've seen that happen before. A couple questions on the agenda. Change in the town law related to campaign signs by councilmen. My problem with this whole system here is we got to talk on this agenda items, but I have no idea what they are.
So
Can I
if you would
actually-
like to
Yeah,
elaborate.
So I know we've gone back and forth on the public portion, but if you look at the agendas now, the open meeting to the public at the end, it used to say it used to say something there. Now if you wait till the end of the meeting after we've discussed it, I don't see any reason why you can't get back up
You don't.
and give us.
I know I can get back up, but sometimes you take action
Yeah. Yeah.
before you get to that point.
Yeah.
Then why would I talk at that point? That's just, I have a problem with that whole. And I have, I don't know if anybody understands this one. Logically upcoming contract for 2023. I have no idea what that means.
So Logically is a company that we use, and they have a contract that's coming up. They fix our computers, and they fix they do our IT and all that stuff. So their contract is coming up for renewal, and we have it here, and we're going to discuss it.
Okay.
It's logically to us, but not to you, I can see that. So sometimes, folks, and like Councilman Reifenberg had said, sometimes if you just wait, we will discuss it. It'll become clear as what we're talking about, because it's a title for us. We do the work, and then you can certainly make comments after that. But I do understand your frustration sometimes that if we take an action before you get to speak, that hasn't happened in quite some time.
No, it
Just to
hasn't.
let you know.
But
And,
it has.
but yes, thank you for bringing that up.
And
It's-
I guess the last thing at this point is, speed limit change signs for Rossway Road. That's good. I have no problem with that, but there's a couple real problems. North Avenue, the speed limit changes to 45 miles an hour at the lower road. Is that Ravine Road? But right at that road, just before all the apartments.
Right.
That should get, if you're gonna keep it at 45 or change it to 45, push it up North Avenue further. You know, that's the first one, and the other one is the State and Salt Point Turnpike. I hope I live through my getting out of my driveway. Third thing, when you gave the fourth thing, when you gave the summation of what's going to happen with this, I think you left out the county planning board.
That's true. That's another, I was simplifying, but you're right. There would be a circulation to the county planning board as well.
So to get to that point, after the planning board and so forth, what is the voting criteria?
Good question.
For the rezoning?
Yeah, the voting.
So, if it comes to the point of the town board actually voting on whether to rezone,
Yeah.
they would be taking into account, there would already be a seeker review completed, so they would have to determine if there's an environmental impact. But the criteria the town board needs to consider on a rezoning is whether it conforms to the comprehensive plan and is beneficial to the community, basically.
And how many votes would that take?
It has to be a majority of the town board. And we do have one member who is recused on this matter.
Okay, and if our planning board has a negative, what vote would that be?
I don't think that would change it, but if the county comes back with recommending against it,
It's a
then it would require a
supermajority.
supermajority of this board, right?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Terry McCormick, Wigston Road. So as far as Mr. Veeder just mentioned, asking about the voting, so if one of you is recusing yourselves, that leaves 4 members? What if there's a tie?
What if there's a tie?
You need three, you
Yes.
would need 3 members to vote in favor in order for it to go
So
through.
if it's 2 and 2, that's a no?
Right, so it's still a majority, it's a majority of the 5 of us, even though one of us won't vote.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, and again, I know that everybody has mentioned many reasons to not be in favor. One thing that I didn't hear discussed at all was the potential for increased crime. Just, you know, if we're bringing in so many more people, it doesn't matter if it's for more affordable homes or if it's expensive, like Eastdale Apartments. More people, it's just kind of the nature of the beast, I think, that we're exposing ourselves to the potential for more crime. So as a resident of Wigston Road, that is something that is definitely important to me. So I did want to mention that. And also, you know, we're all kind of focusing on the end game, but in terms of the actual construction time, all those construction vehicles back and forth on the roads, again, it's just going to further stress everything. So just something notable I just wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Phil Apicino, Ravine Road. Just a clarification. When the board decides if they're going to accept the application or not, they have the right to not accept it, and if they don't accept the application by majority, what happens to the project?
Done.
Just
It's done.
doesn't go forward. So the board has the right to either accept the application or reject it, and then it goes no further, it doesn't go to the planning board. Correct?
Would you like to elaborate?
That's correct, and actually, since it's a legislative act, it can be, the board can proceed with the rezoning process, and then reject it at any time during the process, even at the tail end of the process.
Right, but if they decide not to go through that process and send it through the planning board, it can stop at the
Then it
next.
doesn't happen.
And that meeting will be set for next month to either the board accept or reject the application?
I believe
It wouldn't accept or reject, it was, if the board acts favorably at this point on the application, it would make a determination to start the
Right.
rezoning process.
So they have to-
and
they have to
forward
vote on
There's
it.
It's quite a complex.
Right, so it has to be
process.
voted on first, though.
But
Yes.
it can be, a halt to the project could be
Mhm.
imposed at any time during the consideration by the town board.
Right.
Until the property is rezoned, so,
Okay, if it goes that far.
yeah, if it goes that way.
Yeah. Thanks again for the bus stop work. That was, short time. It was great. I know it's not the time for it, but I'd like to get an idea on where we are with our water that was coming in from Wagner. I'll save that till the end.
Save it to the end, 'cause it's not right now.
No, it's not a big.
Sure.
Tracy Santiago, Salt Point. I just want to echo pretty much everybody in this room. Councilman Reifenberg, your experience in the planning committee is most appreciated. Thank you very much for asking those questions. I knew how I felt about this rezoning application. I didn't know how to articulate it. Mike, thank you for helping me understand why I didn't like it. There's usually about 10 of us here on a regular basis. Seeing more than 20 of us is extremely encouraging to me as someone who is often here. So thank you all for coming. If you are here and you have an opinion about this, I encourage you to just stand up, state your name, where you live, and state your opinion, because it doesn't matter on Facebook, and it doesn't matter who you told at the grocery store, it matters here. This is when these people are listening. So if you agree with the blonde lady in the green, or the cool sweater lady in the back, or whatever, I encourage you to just do that. Stand up, state your name, state how you feel about it, and then just go sit down. Or talk endlessly about it. It doesn't really matter. This is when these people are listening to us. And if you are at home and you have an opinion about this, come to meetings. If you need a ride to a meeting, I will come and get you. I'll wear a mask in my car if that's what it takes to get you here. You can, whatever. But please get involved, or changes like this are going to happen in our community, because it is going to be assumed that the majority of the community does not feel the same way that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Anyone else?
Everybody, thank you, Mike. My name is John Faze. I live up on Plateau Road, and I've been here since 97. And on Plateau, when we first moved in, you couldn't hear the traffic. But yet, the grocery store was right around the corner. 3 o'clock this morning, I was awake up outside, because we have a lot of wildlife. And the trucks, I hear trucks. And this guy says it's not gonna affect our traffic, you know? I don't believe him, he's lying, you know? We see what Eastdale did to us, schools, we try to keep taxes down. I just see apartment buildings, 148 units, 3 bedrooms, that's 3-4 kids each. Constant new students, school taxes going up. Water. Pleasant Valley has water problems. We know the trailer park has water problems. We know the Hamlet has water problems. Why would we want to put another straw into the water? It's wrong. And these laws were put in place years ago to protect us. We shouldn't even have to be here, you know? And again, timing, Christmas. The quarry did the same shit, excuse my language. But, you know, why are they trying to sneak this shit by us? And I'm glad that everybody's here, you know? I'm against it, you know, and I think you should be too. Have a good holiday, everybody.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Going once, twice, not hearing any?
Hearing none, I move to close the open portion of the meeting.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Mr. Supervisor, I hate to do this, but is there any chance we could take like a 5-minute recess
Yeah.
just because we've been here for 2 hours and 50
Certainly.
minutes?
Yes,
Thanks.
okay.
No, we've actually, the board's been here for over 3 hours.
Over 3 hours.
3 hours we've been here. So we're going to take a 5-minute. And Joe, we'd like to call the meeting back to order. Hello. Thank you very much for your cooperation and your patience. We're going to make a couple of moves and a couple of changes, just so that we can get some of our people home. Those of you who want to stay the rest of the night, good luck. So, on the discussions, we'd like to move first the reorg meeting dates, number 16 up to number 1.
I'll make that motion, so we make it official.
I'll make an emotion, you're going to second it?
I'll second it, yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. After that, we would stay with the Bodner subdivision, that's where we can answer that. And after that, I'd like to take the,
Items of special consideration.
huh?
The items for.
The items of special consideration up to the third piece, and then we'll follow suit after that.
Yeah.
So, for the items of special consideration to move as the third piece on discussions, I make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And just so people are aware, we did that just because the highway superintendent has to get home for the storm that's coming, and we don't need this attorney sitting here any longer than she already needs to be. That's why we're making these quick changes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So, January. Normally, we would have our meeting on the first and third Mondays, and then both of those Mondays happen to be holidays. So, Monday the 2nd.
We're closed.
I propose we move it to the 4th if we can, but although we will not have our town clerk for that, and that's, well, no. I mean, you
So
gotta do
is
what you gotta
nobody,
do.
I know, like, is nobody around for the reorg meeting on the 2nd? I know it's an observed holiday for the New Year's, but, I mean, in the past, haven't you guys had the reorg on the 1st, which is also obviously a holiday?
We have.
So, I mean, if everybody's okay with it, can we do the 2nd?
And same time, like the normal meeting time in the evening? Or you want to do it during the, or you want to do it during the day?
All right, so let me ask again. You did say the 2nd, keep it right where it was?
Well, I mean, I understand that it's an observed holiday for government and we're closed, but we've also usually done the reorg meeting on the 1st, which is the actual holiday.
Right.
So can we just keep it on the 2nd? And, you know,
I have no problem with that.
I have no problem with that.
The only issue that I'll run into is if we do it during the day.
Well, I think we should still do it in the evening so people can normally
so.
probably
Oh,
take
fine,
Mondays
fine,
off,
then
so.
Perfect.
Although, again, that'll be another long meeting, that'll be a marathon.
Yeah, well,
So just,
yeah.
you know,
We could start at 6.
we can.
How about we start at 5?
5:30.
What's your?
I get out at 5 o'clock. I mean, I could
So-
break the land speed record from Poughkeepsie to here, but I don't think that anyone would appreciate that.
For safety reasons, you don't gotta go crazy. Let's make it 6 o'clock. We'll take care of it. Thank you, please. Let's make it 6 o'clock.
Yeah, perfect.
6, everybody okay on the 2nd?
Yep.
Works for me. So that one stays right where it is. Perfect. And then we can go right now to the 16th, which happens to be Martin Luther King Day. So do you want to propose that we move that date? To the 23rd, which is a Monday? Can we do that?
Can we do the 18th instead?
I have no problem with the Wednesday.
The 18th is more difficult for me because it's in the middle of something, but.
I got you. So I can't make, well,
Well, most likely, just to give you a little heads up, either the 23rd or the 18th would be the dates we're going to be picking for this public hearing.
yeah, I know.
So, which one do you want to do it?
I mean, I can move a bunch of things around to make the 23rd work. I just, if, you know, you want to do the 20, what about the 25th?
25th, we could do, boy, that puts us far away from each other.
I would, if we had to pick a Wednesday, I'd rather the 18th because I can move my schedule around more for that than the 25th.
So you'd rather do the 18th than the 25th?
Let's keep with the 23rd. I'll move my commitment. It's not the end of the world.
And I'm currently working, but I can take off that day. So.
Okay, so that's fine. I'll move my stuff on the 23rd, and we'll just make it the 23rd.
All in favor on the 23rd?
That's good.
Aye.
Aye?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mary? I didn't hear you. Okay. All right, so the 23rd.
Okay, so
That's real simple.
So do I make a motion that we actually schedule this Bodner public hearing for our meeting on
Please
January
do.
23rd, 2020?
Isn't the resolution
yeah,
actually?
the-
Oh,
covered?
sorry. I figured it was a discussion that we didn't have a resolution for.
We
Sorry.
can, it's number 16 under the new business resolutions,
Okay.
so we could do that one now if you want.
You want to read it since you have it?
I opened my mouth.
You get it.
Sure. Resolution accepting the application of Richard Bodner, Barbara B. Bodner, and Nancy B. Funt for approval of an open development area and variance from the Town Code 46-3 Sub A for the properties located at Martin Road and Barbara Lane. I'm not going to read the tax map numbers. Whereas Richard Bodner, Barbara Bodner, and Nancy Funt are the owners of 2 parcels of land located on Martin Road. Whereas Richard Bodner is the owner of a parcel of land located on Barbara Lane and a parcel on West Road. Whereas the properties combined consist of approximately 8.2 acres, which are located in the Hamlet Residential Zoning District. And whereas the applicants have sought or will be seeking subdivision approval from the Town of Pleasant Valley Planning Board to reduce the 4 parcels to create 3 parcels consisting of 2.10, 2.87, and 1.22 acres respectively. And whereas the proposed subdivision proposes to access these lots through a common shared driveway, which will require approval from the town board for an open development area pursuant to the provisions of section 380A sub 4 of the town law. And whereas the proposed shared driveway for the subdivision does not presently satisfy the code requirements as set forth in section 46-3 sub A of the town code, in that the proposed driveway will not have an unobstructed site distance of 300 feet minimum to 400 feet maximum in either direction to be determined by a posted speed limit. And whereas the approval of said subdivision with the proposed limited site distance requires the issuance of a variance from the town board pursuant to the provisions of section 46-3 sub A of the town code, and whereas the property owners have submitted an application to the town board by letter dated November 18th, 2022, from the law offices of Rebecca A. Volk with documentation in support of the 280A application and variance application. And whereas the town board has determined that this action is an unlisted action under seeker and proposes to conduct an uncoordinated review. Is that what we wanted, Warren? Uncoordinated review?
Uncoordinated review unless the planning board determines to conduct a coordinated
Oh,
review.
okay, sorry, now I see that. Fair enough.
And assume lead agency status for such coordinated.
Whereas the town board has determined that the submissions are complete for purposes of commencing the 280A and variance approval processes, now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby schedules a public hearing on the 280A submission and the area variance application for January 23rd?
Is that too early?
Well, you need 30 days under your code if it's treated as an area
Yeah,
variance.
I
That
think
means
we-
circulation would have to go out tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we should set it for February.
Okay.
Okay.
So what'll be our first meeting date in February?
It would be
So
the,
our meetings are the 6th.
It would be the 6th, yeah.
And the 20th,
So, February 6th,
yep,
February 6th.
February 6th.
2023 at 7:05 PM
Correct.
at the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Hall?
Yep.
Does that work for everyone? Okay. Be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby directed to publish notice of said public hearings on said application and to provide notice of said public hearings as required by law. And be it further resolved that the town clerk is directed to forward the application and supporting documentation to the Pleasant Valley Planning Board for its review and comment both on the 280A application and area variance application as required by the town code and town law. And be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby directed to forward said application and supporting documentation to the Town of Pleasant Valley Highway Superintendent for his review and comment on both applications. And be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby further directed to send a copy of the application and the supporting documentation, together with the short form environmental assessment form submitted by the applicants, to the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development in accordance with the requirements of Section 239M of the municipal law.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, So we move to,
I'll make a motion that we add the 3 items of special consideration for the highway department to the agenda.
Second.
did that, didn't we?
No, they're special, items of special consideration. We gotta move
We
them on.
moved to them up
We
the
moved them.
agenda.
We move them,
but
we
now
didn't,
have
yeah.
All right,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't have those in advance there. I didn't know that we were.
So we don't
going
have
to
numbers
draft
for them,
so,
right?
Yeah.
The last resolution number's 12/20 of 2022, so the next one would be 12/21.
So which one do we want to make 12/21? Doesn't matter,
You
so
start reading.
let's do the awarding of the bids, it's 12/21.
Okay.
Let's do authorizing the highway law at 12/22. And the last one, 12/23. All right, so go back. Okay, Town Board Resolution 12/21, resolution awarding bids for the 2023 highway materials and services, whereas pursuant to a motion on the floor of the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Board meeting on November 7, 2022, the town clerk was authorized to solicit bids for various supplies and services to be used in the Town of Pleasant Highway Department in a calendar year of 2023. Whereas the responses to the bids were due to by December 9th, 2022 at 12 p.m., and whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Highway Superintendent has duly recommended the award of the bids, bless you, that were received and opened on December 9th, 2022 for the purchase of materials on as-needed basis pursuant to the previous provisions of the highway law, now therefore it be resolved that the highway superintendent is authorized to purchase materials and services as needed by the highway department within the limits of appropriations set forth in the 2023 budget from the approved vendors set forth in the highway superintendent's memorandum dated December 9th, 2022, annexed here too, at the rates presented in the vendors' bids opened on December 9th, 2022, and be it further resolved that pursuant to the procurement policy of the highway superintendent may also purchase material using the New York State bid or Dutchess County bid.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 12/22, resolution authorizing the highway law 284 agreement to utilize the town highway funds. Whereas the town board and the superintendent of highways are required by highway law 284 to enter into a written agreement stating the places and manner in which the highway fund appropriations for repairs and improvements are to be expended. And whereas the highway superintendent has prepared an agreement to spend town highway funds for fiscal year commencing January 1st, 2023 for general repairs and permanent improvements subject to limitations of New York State Capital Highway Improvement Programs, CHIPS, funding, and whereas a final determination of roads to be paved or improved will be made once the final CHIPS funding amount is known. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the town board hereby approves the 284 agreement prepared by the highway superintendent and the town supervisor, and at least 2 other town board members are authorized and directed to execute said agreement as required by law in substantially the same form and annexed hereto, and be it further resolved that the agreement will be amended to specify roads to be paved or improved once the CHIPS funding amount is finalized and before paving occurs.
So moved.
Second.
Do I hear any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 12/23, resolution establishing the rental rates for Highway Department use of equipment for the year 2023. Whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Highway Superintendent has recommended the establishment of rental rates for use by Highway Department for 2023, now therefore it be resolved that the Town Board hereby authorizes the Highway Department to rent equipment on a as-needed basis within the limitations and appropriations established in the 2023 budget for equipment, as itemized in the Highway Superintendent's memorandum and recommendation dated December 12, 2022. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're back to,
Number 3.
no, number 1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that one's done. Okay, so the Wigston rezoning request, town attorney, town board. All right, so, we don't have to make a decision tonight.
No, you're
right?
not making any decision
Right.
tonight. In order to move it forward, we would have to prepare a resolution. So Emily and I will work on that and review the application.
Okay.
And we should have a resolution ready for you by the next town board meeting, I would think, and then you can vote on whether you want to move the application forward at that point.
Okay.
I guess I would just ask, do you want to have that on the agenda for the reorg meeting? Because people may want to
I would wait until the other one.
Yeah.
Reorg meeting's a marathon, and there's a
Yeah,
lot to
no,
take
our
take
reorg
in.
nightmares.
I would do it on the.
On the 23rd?
Right, 23rd. Okay, so everyone has that. Okay. Change in town sign law related to campaign signs. Okay.
So,
let's-
it's probably thrown on top of one of your packets, but I printed out a two-sided piece of paper. Looks like this. You know, a lot of residents and, you know, even a lot of us up here, this really came from the overwhelming amount of campaign signs and just overall temporary signs in such an advance of these events. So I printed out for you our current temporary sign ordinance that deals with campaign signs, and then some other towns surrounding us that also have some regulations. Some of them have days, amounts, how long they have to be taken down. So I just wanted to put it before the board of potentially looking at making changes to our law to just overall temporary signs together, a time limit of when they can be put up prior to an event, and how long how quickly they have to be taken down. So it doesn't need to be campaign signs, but overall temporary signs. And I just wanted to see if that's something the board would potentially want me to work on, or the attorneys to work on. I think it would be a good thing overall for the town.
I have no problem with maybe, I'll be honest, the temporary signs drive myself and the zoning department crazy. Not even just the political ones, but the temporary signs altogether. We have some things on the books for those. The political signs will be a little more difficult to wrangle. One of the things that comes to mind, I think we got to keep in mind when we do that, for instance, our last election cycle, none of us here had anything to do with the signs that were there. We weren't involved in any of those. It was people from county people, state. It was outside elections. So how do we wrangle them in with something we need to bring into the fray, how that happens? And who do we go to when they leave a sign up 6 months after the election, or they started 6 months before the election? You know, who do we yell at? So those are the kind of things, yeah, I think we should consider it. It's an eyesore. Many people have complained to myself as well. However, we don't want to do anything illegal, so.
Well, it's really, I think that was why Councilman Reifenberg phrased it as temporary signs, because the issue would be if you're trying to regulate different types of speech differently. So as long as we regulate all speech the same way, we can do that.
Okay.
We'll work on that. It has to be content neutral, so
I appreciate it.
we'll discuss it and come back and
Okay.
give some suggestions.
Thank you.
All right, trail closures, DEC statement. I asked for the DEC to give us an official statement, not the one that they gave us over the phone, and about the trail closures, and I don't know if this helps. It kind of pushes it on. So I'll read it. DEC released the draft East of Hudson Unit Management Plan, UMP, on October 26, 2022 for public comment. The plan includes proposals that will guide the future uses and management of nearly 6,700 acres of DEC-managed public lands. The UMP includes DEC properties in Dutchess, Putnam, and Westchester counties. The DEC hosted 2 public meetings to provide information, answer questions, and receive comments from the public on the draft UMP. The meetings were held on November 16th in Millbrook and on November 22nd in Kent. Public comments on the draft UMP will be accepted on December 22nd of 2022, that's tomorrow, by mail to DEC Division of Lands and Forests, 21 South Putnam Corners, New Paltz. So they're accepting up until tomorrow letters. To date, the DEC has received numerous comments related to mountain biking at the Taconic Hereford multiple use area. Most of the comments relate to concerns regarding any potential reduction in mountain bike trail mileage on this parcel. The DEC strives to manage this parcel for a variety of public uses and welcomes the opportunity to continue to work with all of the stakeholders to balance the various forms of the public use on this property in a sustainable way. Upon conclusion of the established public comment period, DEC will perform a thorough review of all comments received and will make modifications to the draft plan as necessary to address substantive issues identified in the comments. A responsiveness summary addressing the comments received will be completed and added as an appendix to the draft plan prior to the DEC's adoption to the final plan for the east of Hudson lands. So basically, they're going to get back to us.
So, as someone who uses the trails, and it brings a lot of people. If you go out there, there's tons of people out there mountain biking, hiking, and whatnot. And the public comment portion ends tomorrow. I'd like to make a motion that the town board sends a letter in support of keeping as many trails open as possible when they look at the comments, signed by all 5 of us.
I'll second that.
And have it sent in tonight or tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow.
I'll help you, yeah.
What I'll do is I'll draft a quick protest letter, and I'll give it to you guys first if you want to add, and then we'll send it via email because
Okay.
we'll never get it in.
At least then they'll know how we feel.
We'll never get it in snail mail.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
all right. So I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Vandalism at the mill site. For those of you folks here, if I can maybe get the lady, the blonde in the green, which is now your new name. It's Katrina, right, Miss Maloney? Okay. If you could do me a favor and just pass this out, and folks, we didn't make it for everybody because it's a lot. Just take a look at some of these. These are some of the things that have been happening. I want to thank Mary Beth for putting this packet together. This is a series of vandalism that has gone on since, I'm going to say, May, correct? Because I think that was the first setup of set of vandalism since the Memorial Day ceremony. So if you look through this, and I know the board members have seen some of it already, it's disgusting. Our eternal flame has been destroyed. The eternal flame. Most likely, we're going to have to replace it. They broke the lights that go on to the American flag that you're supposed to illuminate the flag at night, and that's busted. The gazebo that was painted and worked on very hard by many people has been graffiti all over it, painted, disgusting things. It goes on. Graffiti on the walls. Gang signs. Hate to tell you, folks, some of these are gang signs. They are. Just to let you know. Pornographic pictures. Spray painting the posts. It goes on and on. So we've discussed this, and not to mention the litter. We've discussed doing something about our parks and protecting our assets now for quite some time. And I know Mary has mentioned it last time when we talked about Bauer Park Sandra Coe could actually attest to some of the vandalism that was up there. I think this all ties into all of our parks, and I think we can't sit by any longer. There's no question about it. So that brings us to securities, fixing these things first, and then maybe getting security cameras. And I'm going to ask our attorneys to, so like topics number 5, 6, and 7 kind of all work together. I'm going to ask our attorneys to give us an idea what the fines would be to where they are strong enough to, one, deter and prosecute. I know sometimes if something's small, it becomes a misdemeanor, and misdemeanors today are poo-pooed. There's no big deal. So this is becoming a very serious, and it's getting very, very costly to the town on all the parks. But Mill Site now is another one that's been damaged. So I'm going to ask for the attorneys to come up with what the actual minimum would be to make the prosecution something that would have teeth, and fines some steep enough to where we could adhere it to the parents if these are done by kids, if these are done by just whatever. Any kind of way we can deter this to happening in the future. Anyone else? I know, Mary, you've got things to say on this too?
I just, well, first of all, before we can charge anybody, obviously, we're going to have to do something about this. I think that there needs to be cameras. There needs to be cameras set up all around. This is a way of life for us now.
Yep.
This is 2023. Everybody has to have a camera to watch what's going on. The fact that this was done in the manner that it's done is absolutely disgusting to me. I'm ashamed that this happened in our town. I'm really ashamed. The other thing is it kind of goes along with what the Bower Park situation. We have electric at Katie Field. We have electric at Mill Site. But then we get into the Bower Park situation. Personally, I think we should just get somebody to come, look at the whole thing. We go over it with them of what's actually needed electric-wise for Bower Park. Make this part of it and put it right out for an RFP so that we're not dealing with this in June of next year. Because I think by waiting, it's just going to prolong the inevitable.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Just more about Bower Park is I completely agree that we need to do the security cameras and the electric and whatnot, but we just have to keep in mind, I know we've talked about an electric gate at Bower Park and whatnot. We need to, I think, know if we're going to change the entrance, the exit, depending on what happens in the next 30 days. I understand the urgency for this, but at the same time, I don't want to pay to put something in and then not have electric where we need it.
But if we bring electric in from Ravine right now in order to just get an idea of what it would cost to go down into the park, put lights up, whatever, I mean, that can be, the gate situation could be dealt with. That could be, as long as we have the electric going in there, we can get a gate in the future.
Well, I guess the question is if you did let's say you made the Reddle property a one-way in and the one out on Ravine outwards, the gate would end up having to be over on the in, and then you would do something where obviously you wouldn't drive in that way. I don't know how you would handle that, but if we put the electric on Ravine, but then we need it at the entrance on North Avenue, that's my only concern is we don't really know the configuration of what we're gonna.
Yeah, but if you do one way in and one way out.
Yeah, you would.
We're gonna have to have gates at both entrances.
We would not have the room on either one of those roads to have a two-way. So it would be one way in and one way out.
Right.
So my thought process was, I mean, by the time we actually vote on an RFP, it'll be next meeting, right? At that point, we'll know, right? We should know what's going on with the property. So by the time then we vote on the RFP, we'll actually have raw data as to what we own and what, you know? So
Sure.
I think.
And they've been beating up that gate since like a year before I took office, so let's just do it.
Yeah, so I think we get an RFP together and we, officially vote on it maybe next month, to the point where we'll know if we have the property, we know what we'll need at that point. I mean, we'll be another month ahead with every project we're working on.
I kind of agree with Mary. I think we can go ahead and bring electric to the property of Bauer. Okay, get it there, so that we are ready to act when it's time for a gate, whichever configuration it comes to. It's right there.
Can I just throw another scenario out there? Is that's Ravine Road, right?
Yeah.
Is Ravine Road, is that power lines or is it underground there? I think it's, Phil, it's underground, right? You
Power.
Your
Power
power
to your
on your
house.
road, is it underground?
It's underground.
So the reason why for example, we have to put language in the RFP of what we're looking for. So if there's already power at the current entrance to the park, it would be kind of silly to run a line down that entrance to the park if we really need power at the potential new entrance, because we already have power there for whatever gate we install.
I see what he's saying.
You see, so we could potentially not need power there because it's already there. So why would we run an electrical line all the way down from that direction when we'll have to run another line to the entrance on North Avenue?
Yeah.
I just don't want us to end up writing an RFP for something that we might not even need.
What about having your engineer look at, the new piece of property and how you might configure it and where the
We may not
electric
have
is?
that option of both in and out. I do know that the strip that we're talking about that we're getting is not exactly that wide. It'd be tough. We could do it, but it wouldn't be easy.
I'm completely
I
down
know.
for doing the
I think
RFP.
we-
I just,
Yeah.
I truly believe we need somebody to go there with us to really know what they're doing.
So-
And
so
can
let me-
plan on the engineer as well as the electrical and put this RFP out correctly from the beginning, because that's something we've had an issue with in the past.
Let me ask you all a question. So tomorrow, if you would like, I can call the engineer to start taking a look at possibilities there. At the same time, I can inquire about cameras up at the mill site. And then when we have power at Bauer Park, along with the gate, we can actually, that time we'll look for cameras over there as well. Perfect. So tomorrow I'll talk to the same guy who put the cameras up in here, correct? Superior, I think it was. We'll find out, we'll get some ideas there. And I'll talk to the engineer and have him look at that. Okay. Yeah. So, and I'm gonna get some prices. We're gonna have to work on getting prices for it.
I just stated that the Eternal Flame is going to be very expensive to replace. I do have the name of two companies. I'm looking into what it would be, the whole unit has to be done. It's not just, the whole thing has to come out and it has to be replaced, which also involves Central Hudson, because there's this underground gas line there. So it's a little bit of a complicated process. So the light's going to be out for quite a while before this can be,
Yes,
it
it
probably
is.
won't be fixed till spring, summer at this point.
And I'm gonna reiterate to our attorneys, if we can figure out whatever the case may be that we need to do as a bare minimum to make it have enough of a deterrent. Because getting all the cameras you want and putting all the electric gates, when it does happen again, if you don't have what it takes to actually say, oh, don't ever do that again, because it's gonna be painful. That's what we need. Okay?
Is there, did someone make an insurance claim on that? On the-
Not yet. I don't think we have any estimates yet as to what's going on, or.
Yeah.
But I would,
No.
so I would alert the insurance company,
Yeah.
though. That way
Yep.
they can
Yeah.
start theirs,
Okay. All right, so we did 8 already. That's done. Front gutters for the mill site, another asset that needs to be fixed. Michael, I know you did some good work here as far as getting prices and stuff.
yes, so it was brought to our attention that there was water getting in the basement of the mill site, the building there. And it was, when it was built, when the new roof was put on, there was gutters put on the back side, but it was never put on the front. So the water just comes down and it's right by the foundation and it goes in. So I called about 5 or 6 companies. 2 of them actually went out and looked at it, and they gave us 2 different quotes to basically match what's on the back. I contacted the Historical Society, who also went out and looked at it, and they were fine with what was on the back being on the front. So we prepared a resolution for the better quote for later in the meeting.
And that was cleared by the Historical Society, right? They said. by
Yeah,
all
I
means,
reached out to the head of the Historical Society. She went out there and looked what was on the back.
Yep.
And told me that as long as it matches that, she's fine.
Okay. So, we're going to go ahead with that?
So there's 2 quotes. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one's, they're very, surprisingly,
They're close.
they're fairly close. They both kind of do the same thing, but one's, not even $200 cheaper, so
Yeah.
they're both big companies, so.
Okay, can we,
Your microphone.
instead of putting this off, can we do something about this tonight?
There's a resolution
There's a
later on
resolution.
awarding
It's
it.
on the, it's on the
Why
agenda.
don't I see it?
Number 10.
This is all over the place for me.
So, yeah, we're going to do something tonight because this has to be taken care of
Yes.
immediately, especially with the
Yes.
weather we've been getting, these torrential downpours of, I believe John just said, how many inches in a 12-hour, it's 4 inches in a 12-hour period? That's going to be a flood down there. So, not that it's going to happen before this storm, but we're going to get more like that. So, all right, so that's that. Speed limit change and signs for Rossway Road. I wish John was still here for that, but I do know about this. And for those of you folks who are concerned about traffic, and we've done a lot of things with traffic, we've had different reports. We had DOT here a couple of weeks back. They did a great job of listening to us, and these are some of the things that they're talking about. So they're going to be lowering the speed limit on Rossway Road. So the only thing is we're trying to find out who's actually paying for the signs. I believe that might be us. But either way, they've just, well. I emailed them. Yeah, we're waiting for a decision on that. But a couple of things, they were here today, up the road a little bit, doing some more studies. They were already thinking about moving that white line on North Road back. That might help with some of the turns that you just mentioned, Kathy. So they've taken our complaints very seriously, and they're starting to make some little moves, stuff that they can do immediately. So that's good. That's great news. Let's take what we can get first, and then we'll. Yep. All right. So that's where we are with that. So we're going to be lowering the speed limit on Rossway, and be prepared, folks. Any of you folks running out to the Taconic, we'll be having police officers on that road as well. Baroni Recycling Junkyard Permit Renewal. Town Clerk. Resolution's ready, right? Okay. Hometown Heroes Update. Town Clerk.
So, hello again. So we wanted to give an update. It's been a while to get everybody up to speed, what's been going on. So as of right now, we have 70 banners that have been put up so far. We're very proud of our heroes. It's a way for our town to come together, recognize and remember sacrifices made by those in our community who have served our nation. We had 17 banners that were picked up from the printer yesterday. The committee will be getting in touch with the families right after the holiday to have our family day. Every family comes to town hall and takes pictures with their hero. It is really heartwarming to see. This will be our 4th family day that we've held. After some discussion, the committee would like to ask the town board for permission to refund 2 families who have KIA banners. And moving forward from this point, any family who has a KIA banner, we would like not to charge them. We would like to ask permission if a resolution can be voted on sometime in January. One family is the Urista family, and the other KIA we have is the Mitchell family. We would like to give them refunds out of respect to their hero.
I don't think there'd be a problem with that.
But we would like, as moving forward, we don't want to charge anyone who has a KIA. So I'm not sure, Emily, if that's in a resolution form, that we could do that.
Yeah, just get me the information and we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If for anyone who doesn't know, KIA means killed in action. Due to the winter, any new applications will be stopped until March 1st. It's going to be very difficult to take in applications, and they'll just be sitting there until the weather is not an issue. So I will put something on the Facebook page just to say we're going to hold off on the applications. We did receive a very nice card I would like to read. This is from the Avery family. It says, "Dear Town of Pleasant Valley, I cannot thank you enough for undertaking the Hometown Heroes project. My dad, Zane Avery, and my uncle, Van and Reese, are grouped together, looking down on all of us as we honor them for their service. For generations to follow, it gives us something to remember and to be proud of, especially in this difficult time. My dad grew up in Pleasant Valley, as did I until the 6th grade. I loved living there. It holds so many cherished memories. A special thank you to Mr. Cady and the team that made this project come to fruition. I have so much pride driving through town. Keep up the good work in the place that I call home. Many thanks, Cheryl Avery." We have had a few difficulties with pole placements. The Central Hudson map that was given to us, when we went to go look at the pole, there was no pole. So Central Hudson really needs to update their map. The committee is going to be reapplying for more poles to spread out. So we're going to be in that application process. We just would like to give a really big shout out to Veith Electric and to the Pleasant Valley Fire District for volunteering their time to help put up these banners for us. It was so greatly appreciated. It helps us keep the costs down to our hero families, and we are just so appreciative.
I have one quick question. How are our banners holding up compared to others? I know we went with a
Very
special
good.
design.
We did.
With that
We
hole
went
in the middle,
with,
right?
Yes, we did. We took the advice of Pine Plains, and we put what we call wind slits in our banners. So each banner you see it looks like a smiley face.
Right.
And it lets that wind blow through, and it helps with that resistance, so the banner does not crack as the others. And that was on the advice of Pine Plains. They had said the hard way with their first few banners. So we did that. Cost a little bit more to do it, but it was well worth it in the end.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay?
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Spectrum Cable Contract. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Raplansky.
We should, we're getting close to finalizing the agreement. I have some more information. Sorry. I have to get some more information from the town on the Cablevision service that they're going to be providing to the municipality. And I should have that resolved by, I would hope, the meeting January 23rd, and then we'll be ready to set it down for a public hearing on the contract.
And you need our bill, right? You need a copy of our bills.
Yes, you'll get
Okay.
that.
All right, I'll take care of that tomorrow. The rental land donation, again?
Yeah, I think I addressed that
did
before. I spoke to Mr. Rettel the other day, and they still have some internal things to do before the land is transferred to the town, so we're hoping by next month we'll have that completed.
Okay. We already did the reorg meeting dates, logically upcoming contract for 2023. You guys all got a update from Melanie, who put it all together for you. It's really only basically, technically, $1,000 more from last year. but they did make a lot of suggestions of things that we need to upgrade,
And replace.
so.
Yeah, and so in talking to, so I was part of that 2 years ago, I think. And at that point, they were saying to us, like, you're like 3 to 5 away from replace, so we're right at that.
We're there.
We're right at the cusp where we do need to start replacing some of our computer hardware in the building, so.
And I think Melanie did a good job identifying all the things for us, so we gotta really put that into play, and again, that's not my expertise, who goes first, but, and my apologies to the IT committee, because I did not know I was sitting in on a meeting like that until it was happening, so.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, why are you asking me? So, all right. And where are we? We are almost there. And we have to advertise for an ethics board member, town clerk.
Yes.
We need a new,
Yes, Rick Wilhelm.
right,
Resign.
resign. Right. Okay. New business resolutions.
Here we go.
Do you need to ask the town clerk to
Yeah,
advertise?
so do we have a resolution for that? No.
I don't think we have
No.
a resolution.
I'll do, just as when you get to the last one, I'll make a motion on the floor. Oh, I got you.
Do you want to do it now?
Oh, you want to do it now? Sure. I'll make a motion that we allow the town clerk to advertise for the vacant ethics board seat.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
It's quick.
Okay. New business resolution, town board resolution, proposed local, no, we did this one already. This is the tax override one, right? No. She's got me all over the place here today. So we gotta go back to 1210, right? Okay. Right. Town Board Resolution Number 1210, 2022, appointment of Town Pleasant,
No, you're,
Yeah, 12:05, sorry, 12:05.
11, 12, 12. Should she not put it in mine? That's the gutter. My God.
Neither am I.
Here we go. There we go. My goodness.
Almost there.
Yeah. There we are. Okay. All right. Town Board Resolution 1205, 2022, authorizing payment of abstract 12 of 2022. Whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Board has audited the bills presented by the town clerk, an abstract has been compiled, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board hereby authorizes the Town Supervisor to pay all the claims as follows. Abstract 12 of 2022, general fund claims, $137,712.27. Abstracts 12, 2022, highway fund claims, $31,733. Abstract 12 of 2022, ambulance. It's the last time I'm going to see this low number. I'm going to miss you, $14,245.80. Abstract 12, 2022, prepaids, $8,426.18. Abstract 12 of 2022, lighting, $5,401.53. Abstract 12 of 2022, Helen Aldridge bathroom, $240. Abstract 12 of 2022, new town hall, $5,075.
So
Do I
moved.
hear a motion?
second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1219, 2022, authorizing payment of abstract number 12P of 2022. Whereas the Town Board of Pleasant Valley, the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Board has audited the bills presented for the consultant escrow fees as specified by the Town Code 82-15, 98-91, by the town clerk, and abstract has been compiled. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby authorizes the town supervisor to pay all claims as follows. Abstract 12/2022, planning and zoning escrow invoices, $1,754.89. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So are
Wait,
these the
discussion.
vouchers that aren't actually audited yet?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm just trying to figure out if these are the same ones we're trying to vote on, because they haven't been audited by the department head
Or the town board?
or the town board.
Okay.
These are for escrow refunds, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's what I'm, you know.
I think that's what's in that.
Yeah,
folder.
normally Chris Ann gives them to me
Well,
a
that's
few
what,
days
hold on.
before.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll tell you.
So if they haven't been done yet, she can't put this in here.
Correct.
And this, are they signed?
They're
No.
not signed by any of us, and they're not signed by the planning board or zoning board chairperson.
Then this
That we can't even, they're not even
Well,
here.
then I'll make a quick motion to table this resolution.
Yep,
Second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1206/2022, Budget Modification 2022 Highway Fund. Whereas the Town Board of the Town Pleasant Valley has an expenditure for the 2022 adopted budget line, items that will adjust the amounts in such budget lines. And whereas the Town Supervisor finds it necessary to amend the 2022 adopted budget to meet these adjustments. And resolved, the Town Board of Town Pleasant Valley hereby authorizes, empowers, and direct the bookkeeper and the Town Supervisor to modify the 2022 adopted budget as follows. Account DA.5110-483, Department Sealer Stone, decrease $11,000. Account DA5130.200, equipment, increase $5,000. Account DA5130.4112, small tools, increase $5,000. And DA5130.481, welding supplies, increase $1,000.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1207/2022, amending the 2022 general fund budget, whereas the Town Board of Pleasant Valley has an expenditure and a revenue for the 2022 adopted budget line that will adjust the amounts in such budget lines, and whereas the Town Supervisor finds it necessary to amend the 2022 adopted budget to meet these adjustments. Resolved, the Town Board of the Town of Pleasant Valley hereby authorizes, empowers, and directs the Town Supervisor to amend the 2022 budget as follows. Account A, 7110.203, park improvements, increase $30,000. Revenue account A, 7110.203, recreation fees, increase $30,000. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 1208/2022, Budget Modification 22 General Fund. Whereas the Town Board of Town of Pleasant Valley has an expenditure for the 2022 adopted budget line line items that will adjust the amounts in such budget lines, and whereas the Town Supervisor finds it necessary to amend the 2022 adopted budget to meet these adjustments. And resolved, the Town Board, Town of Pleasant Valley hereby authorizes, empowers, and directs the bookkeeper and the Town Supervisor to modify the 2022 adopted budget as follows. Account A, 1110.413, school conferences, justices, increase $100. Account A, 1320.400, audit and accounting, increase $22,000. Account A, 1410.415, supplies, town clerk, increase $600. Account A, 1620.424, fuel oil, increase $2,400. Account A 1620428, software, increase $2,000. Account A 162432, payroll processing, increase $300. Account A 1620499, help wanted ads, increase $900. Account A 1670413, office supplies, increase $800. Account A 1670441, service contracts, increase $600. Account A 1355409, assessors OCIS, decrease $14,900. Account A 3510440, SPCA contract, decrease $7,500. Account A 1930400, judgment and claims, decrease $7,300. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Authorizing the renewal of the auto salvage yard license for 2023 for 1913 Route 44 Baroni Recycling Incorporated. Whereas there is a licensed auto salvage yard located at 1913 Route 44, and whereas pursuant to Chapter 62 of the Town Code, there are no new auto salvage yards permitted in the town, and whereas the auto salvage yard is subject to a license which is renewed on an annual basis, and whereas the zoning administrator has duly reviewed the application dated November 30th, 2022, which was referred to at the office by the town clerk for the period of January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, pursuant to Chapter 62 of the Town Code, has recommended that the license be renewed by memorandum dated December 13th, 2022. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board of the Town of Pleasant Valley hereby concurs with the recommendation of the zoning administrator that the license should be renewed for an additional year to expire on December 31st, 2023, and be it further resolved that the annual license for 2023 shall be subject to conditions set forth in the zoning administrator's memo dated December 13th, 2022, and they must adhere to their site plan. Therefore, be it resolved that upon the payment of all applicable fees, the town clerk is hereby authorized to issue such license for 2023, subject to the conditions set forth and herein. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
This is the, this goes signed, okay. And we go to these, right? Town Board Resolution 1210, 2022, appointment of Town of Pleasant Valley Recreation Leader. Whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley intends to operate various programs open to its residents and members of the public. And whereas there currently exists a vacancy for the position of Recreation Leader part-time, and whereas Teresa Lucarini, did I say it right? I'm sorry. She's not here. Lucarini, thank you, has expressed interest in being appointed as Recreation Leader part-time for a maximum of 10 hours per week, and be it resolved that the Town Board of the Town of Pleasant Valley does hereby designate and appoint Teresa Lucarini as Recreation Leader part-time for a maximum of 10 hours per week with a probationary period of 6 months at the rate of $15 starting January 3rd, 2023. And resolved, the town supervisor and town bookkeeper are hereby authorized and directed to file any and all documents necessary to officiate an intent of this resolution. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution number 1211, 2022, establishing the rates for the adult pickleball program. Town of Pleasant Valley, whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Recreation intends to operate the adult pickleball program. You gonna play? You wanna play pickleball?
Me? Actually, I do.
Every Friday night, right? It's every
played it
Friday?
twice.
Okay. I want to play it. Whereas the town board of Town of Pleasant Valley intends to operate adult pickleball program for one night a week per session. Now therefore it be resolved that the town board of Town of Pleasant Valley hereby establishes the tuition rates for PV adult pickleball program as follows. $10 pickleball membership per session for Pleasant Valley residents, $15 pickleball membership per session for non-Pleasant Valley residents, $10 per designated playing slot per night for Pleasant Valley residents, $15 per designated playing slot per night for non-playing residents, and be it further resolved that this is effective until further changed or modified by the town board. Do I hear a...
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So you'd have to pay $15, just to let you know. Just wanted to see if you were still awake. These gold perks. Town Board Resolution 12/2022. Amendment to Resolution 53/2016 authorizing waiver of registration fees for chaperones and various recreation programs. Whereas the Recreation Director has recommended to the Town Board considering waiving the registration fees for various programs for chaperones. Whereas currently chaperones provide valuable services to the Town Recreation Department, and resolved that the Town Board of the Town of Pleasant Valley is amending Resolution number 53, 2016 to include all adult recreation programs. Dated 21/22. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna do this right away, which, Mr. Veeder, I know you don't like to, see this, that we talk about something and take action right away, but this is an important piece, and this is a no-brainer. Town Board Resolution 12/13/2022, resolution authorizing the town supervisor to execute an agreement for the installation of gutters at the mill site with Gutter Tech. Whereas the Town of Pleasant Valley Town Board has determined that the building located on 1624 Main Street is getting rain runoff into the basement because of no gutters in the front of the building. And whereas the Town Board discussed these plans with the Pleasant Valley Historical Society, and it was determined the gutters could be added if they matched what was already installed on the back of the building. And whereas the Town Board has followed the town's procurement policy by soliciting quotes from at least 3 different companies to install gutters on the front of the building. And whereas Gutter Tech has provided a quote to the town dated December 16, 2022 to provide the necessary equipment, labor, and services to install the new gutters. And whereas the Town Board has determined that the contract price of $2,575 represents the best value for such services. Now therefore be it resolved that the town supervisor is hereby authorized in coordination with the town attorney to execute the above installation with Gutter Tech, and be it further resolved that the expense for $2,575 will be paid from a line A1620.429 of the 2023 Town of Pleasant Valley adopted budget. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Any further discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 12/14/2022. Resolution reappointing Kathy, are we going to do this tonight?
Yeah, this one we have to do, yes.
Yeah.
Reappointing Kathy Myers to the Board of Assessment Review, whereas pursuant to the Real Property Tax Law, Section 523, the Town of Pleasant Valley has a Board Assessment Review, and whereas Kathy Myers has been a member of the Board Assessment Review and her term expired on September 30th, 2022. And whereas Kathy Myers has expressed her interest in continuing to serve. Now therefore it be resolved that Kathy Myers is appointed to the Board of Assessment Review for the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2027. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
This is the one we're going to hold off?
Yeah, so I'll just make a motion that we table Resolution 12/15 of 2022.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
We did this one already, but we got to do the the actual resolution. Town Board Resolution number 12/16/2022, setting the reorg meeting date. Be it resolved that the Town Board will hold its first Town Board meeting of the year 2023 on January 2nd
At 6 PM.
at 6 PM. And be it further resolved that the town clerk is directed to post a notice of such meeting. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And at that meeting, we'll set the rest of the meetings,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's how
For
we
the
always
rest of the
do
year,
it.
that's,
Yeah.
that's part of the reorg.
Yeah.
We just did the first two because
Yeah.
we had to do that. Okay,
I know.
okay, repealing, right. Town Board Resolution 12/17/2022, adopted proposed local law of the year 2022, repealing the local law number 5 of 2022. Whereas the Town Board has determined that it is in the best interest of the town to repeal local law 5 of 2022, which authorized the town to exceed the tax levy limit, because the tax levy limit will not be, because the tax levy limit will not be exceeded in the fiscal year of 2023. And whereas on December 5th of 2022, the Town Board accepted proposed local law E of 2022, entitled A Local Law Repealing Local Law Number 5 of 2022, entitled A Local Law to Override the Tax Levy Limit for the fiscal year of 2023 pursuant to General Municipal Law 3-C. And whereas on December 21st on 2022, the Town Board held a public hearing on local law E and closed the hearing the same day. Now, therefore, it is resolved that proposed local law E of 2022 is a type 2 action pursuant to SECRA and does not require environmental review, and it is further resolved that the Town Board hereby adopts proposed local law E of 2022 entitled A Local Law Repealing Local Law, what am I, these things read terribly, I gotta tell you, of number 5, 2022, entitled A Local Law to Override the Tax Levy Limit of Fiscal Year 2023, pursuant to General Municipal Law 3-C. And it is further resolved that the town clerk is hereby directed to file the local law, called local law, in the office of the Department of State as required by law.
So moved.
Second.
My goodness. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're reading that one from now on. It's a legal thing, you're reading it. Ever want to do that again? My goodness. This is you? Good, you can read it. No, this is all you, that's right, you go ahead. I'm taking a break, go ahead.
I'll read it. I'll just be done with it.
So before I read this is about the junk motor vehicles. And I went back in and made, I think, the edits that we discussed. Oh, sorry. I think I edited what we discussed, but you might want to look at it and let me know. So I changed for outdoor storage,
Right.
you don't only have to keep the vehicle in a building, it could also be a structure with a CO, so that covers tents, but Sarah was concerned about just a proliferation of tents, so we made it a tent with a CO, so that way we're sure that there's some check on the adequacy of that. And then the other major changes for the antique or classic motor vehicle, which is being actively restored, I went and found language from a model code from New York State defining what constitutes an antique or classic motor vehicle. And basically, it has to be actively being restored and adequately supported and not create a safety hazard. So if that language looks okay, we can move ahead.
And it also removes the, in the opinion of the zoning
Yes.
administrator.
Right.
Out.
So-
Works for me.
Look okay?
Yeah, it works
All
for
right.
me, yeah.
So, Resolution 1218, 2022, continuing the local law adoption process for proposed local law B of 2022 entitled "A Local Law Repealing Chapter 95 and Amending Chapter 98, Section 9834 of the Town Code with regard to the outdoor storage of junk motor vehicles." Whereas the town board has determined that it is appropriate to amend Chapter 98 zoning, Section 98-34 junk motor vehicles, and to repeal and remove Chapter 95 outdoor storage of junk motor vehicles in order to create one consistent set of regulations for junk vehicles. And whereas on August 15th, 2022, the town board accepted proposed local law B of the year 2022 for the purposes of commencing the local law adoption process. And whereas pursuant to the provisions of seeker, the town board determined that the adoption of proposed local law B is a type 1 action, and the town board accepted a seeker EAF Part 1 for the proposed action and declared itself to be the lead agency for seeker. Whereas a public hearing on proposed local law B was held, and subsequently the town board discussed the public's comments and determined that several provisions of the law should be adjusted. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby accepts proposed local law B of 2022, print number 2, entitled "A Local Law Repealing Chapter 95 and Amending Chapter 98, Section 9834 of the Town Code with regard to the outdoor storage of junk motor vehicles," for the purposes of continuing the local law adoption process. And be it further resolved that the town board directs the town clerk to forward proposed local law B of 2022, print number 2, to the Dutchess County Planning Board for its review and advisory opinion pursuant to 239M of the General Municipal Law. I think they had said the last time they didn't look at it, right, until they got the new version, so, yeah, we'll do that. Resolved that the town board directs the town clerk to forward proposed local law B of 2022, print number 2, to the Town of Pleasant Valley Planning Board for its review and advisory opinion pursuant to Section 98101 of the Town Code. And be it further resolved that a public hearing will be held. Now, I'm not sure we really have to do a public hearing because these aren't
We've already
that
done that.
substantial changes.
Right.
But we do have to wait anyway because of the county planning, so I thought you might want to do a public hearing.
Do you want to do it again? So put it on the other public hearing date.
Well, let's put it on 23rd, right? 123? Oh,
February 6th, we're
February
doing
6th,
the,
2/6.
um,
2/6,
Want to
2023.
do that, February 6th?
Do you put the same
What was the
time?
date what was the date we decided for the
For
public hearing?
Bodner, we made it the February 6th.
February 6th, so do
Yeah.
it February 6th.
All right, because it's wrong, it says 7:05 on here.
We'll say 7:15, yeah, or 7:30, I don't know how long.
I don't know, I
Bodner's
can't
gonna
imagine many
take.
people are gonna come out and with pitchforks.
Let's
on
make
those
it
two items.
7:15, and if it's late, it's late.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got two
So,
public hearings that.
Yeah, the public hearing on the junk cars will be on February 6th at the town hall at 7:15 or as soon as the other one's over. Resolved that the town clerk is hereby directed to give, publish, and post notice of said public hearing as required by law, and be it further resolved that the town clerk is directed to give notice to the New York State Department of Transportation, Region 8, and all towns adjacent to Pleasant Valley pursuant to Section 98101 of the Town Code.
So moved.
So moved. Second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And
Oh, we did this one.
we did this one. All right. Do we have to read this all out and vote on it, or are we done?
No, we did it.
We did it.
Yeah.
I make a motion to open the meeting to the public for anything.
So, second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're at that point, almost home stretch, as they say, home stretch, 10:30 at night.
Phil Apicino. I'd like to make a comment about the Bower Park security, and I know the problems you've had over the years. Frank, I'm sure you remember one summer when somebody went in with an four-wheeler and
Yep.
ATV and tore up the whole field, and we lost it for the whole season. The residents, I think shortly after that, put together a letter to the town, I think it was like 3-4 years ago, asking if someone could just lock the gate. Because the people who live on the left side of Ravine Road, even a new neighbor who just moved in here a month ago was asking me just a week ago why people are going down the park at 11 o'clock at night. And it just goes on constantly. We found drug paraphernalia down there where the playground is. It's been a problem. It's a great park. Problem is, it's not visible from the road, unfortunately. Security cameras, I think once you were gonna put them on a town hall here. I'm not sure if you ever did that. But I
They're
guess.
live. Yep, they're
We
live.
have one.
So my question is, do they run 24 hours a day? So they go back to a main bank or someplace? Are there any privacy laws about doing something like that in a park? You know, with kids in a park and?
I think so.
What's?
Is there a privacy issue with putting cameras in a park?
No.
I believe as long as we put up signage
that's
saying
fine.
that you're being recorded, you
Yeah.
know.
Signage, okay, good. Well, anyway, there was another,
Say that a little louder, Gary.
You lose your right to privacy.
I'm kidding,
once
I'm
you-
kidding.
another thing that residents asked for was possible some speed bumps, because they go down that road.
Through the road.
And they stir up the dust. And the ATVs and the four-wheelers, you know, I can hear them screaming. Maybe they wouldn't go as fast, or maybe they wouldn't go in the park if we had some bumps. I think it was budgeted 2 years ago, but they never got put in. So these are all things I'm glad is coming up again. I'd be glad to get on any committee or, you know, help with the electric and stuff like that. I have a background in that, but I know the electric on that road, how it's laid out, and if you need anything, I'm glad to help. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Oh, one last thing. Have you looked at solar lights at all? They've really come a long way. And
Yeah, they have,
the lights with a small solar panel, it's amazing.
and I'm not too sure they don't have solar gates. So we got a lot of things we gotta look at.
Hi, thank you again. Katrina Maloney, 22 Coachman. I was just going to say the same thing, that I think that there are both solar lights and solar cameras that you can put in without even, and they're really good, the ones that you don't need electricity for. And then as far as the gating goes, if you have a one-way in and a one-way out, rather than worrying about a gate for the exit, maybe just putting one of those reverse tire strips with a sign that says, you know, you're gonna
Yeah.
pop your tires if you go in this way. You know, I mean, I'm sure it will happen to a couple of people who don't read the sign in the beginning, but it would be a cheaper way of dealing with it, so you have a gate on one side and the tire strip on the other. Anyway, just a thought. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Straley, Pleasant Valley. I was waiting to find out what went on the complaint form, which I was addressed last month. I would get my answer this month on it.
That'd be you.
Complaint form about.
You're on.
About Peckham? Oh, well, so, basically, I plowed through the old Peckham files and the past advice that was given by council. Peckham is subject to the town's code with regard to the violation of the noise ordinance, in spite of the fact that there is some preemption under the environmental conservation law. The other two permits that are issued to Peckham have no preemption. So I'm going to be discussing with the code enforcement officer any existing issues with regard to violations of the noise ordinance, noise local law for the town, and if action is appropriate, we'll take appropriate action.
Okay, and you know, to get back when John Fias was up here at three in the morning, you know know what that is? That's concrete trucks running down the street at 3 a.m. I'm just putting it out
I
there.
understand, we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Anyone else?
Okay, the year's coming to an end. I want to thank the board for changing the agenda to make it usable for the public. I think that was a major improvement. No time limit. Today might have hurt, but it really has, and I appreciate that. 2023 is coming. I would like you to, the board to consider, well, let me start the first choice. I think she left, but I think Terry McCormick, who got up here and spoke, should really receive something from the town for the work she did for the Pleasant Valley Weekend last year as its chairman. I think recognizing somebody that puts in a lot of work goes a long way. And along that line, part of that work that happens and takes considerable amount of time is the background checks required by in the town clerk's office. But I have looked through the town code and I don't see any requirement for them. So I would like you to review that and see if we have some enabling legislation. Guess that's it.
Thank you, sir.
all.
Thanks, Gary. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
Your, Kathy Kruger, Pleasant Valley, your junk motor vehicles, how does that pertain to being on residential or agricultural zone property?
I'd have to look if it had an exemption for farms. I don't recall.
What was the question again, Kathy? I'm sorry.
Junk motor vehicles being on residential agricultural zone property.
Well, I mean, residential, it certainly applies to.
Right.
What about well, supposedly I was told that my property and the property next to me is called residential agricultural. That's what.
Yeah, it would apply to that zoning district. I'm just not sure if we had some, I guess maybe we didn't. Maybe I'm thinking of the grass law where we had an exemption for
It was a
farms.
grass law, yeah, so
Yeah.
in the grass, so there was an exemption in the grass cutting law for this, but not necessarily in, I mean, it's this, not in this law. There's no exemption for agricultural if you have a junk motor vehicle. So what it's saying is, there's still, it's under the
Yeah.
purview of the law.
Okay, so like, car's been sitting there since '92.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the
Yeah.
giant, yeah.
That
I
would
think
be-
that all falls under this, Kathy.
That'd be
Okay.
subject to it.
Yeah,
this
I
law
think
is
that all
for.
There are
falls,
several.
that was the
That's
idea
the
of
point.
this, yeah.
Okay, yeah, there are several. Okay, my next, what the hell else do I have here? Okay, Helen Aldridge Park, I have a question about that. Have we hit water yet?
Yeah.
No. Well, we've hit water,
we
but
hit
not
water.
the,
But
not the gallons per minute that we
minute.
need just yet.
Right.
We're
okay.
looking for 5 gallons per minute,
Yeah, I remember this from the
where
last.
where it's only 2 right now.
Yeah. And how far down did we go? 700 some feet?
We're at 605 feet we've stopped at.
Okay. Do you know what would happen for the residents who live close by if this would affect their wells?
So currently, we've asked permission from some of the residents around there, or at least one directly affected, and they said he would give us permission to monitor his well if there's any effect whatsoever. And if it affects the one right close to it, it would affect others. So we have his permission to monitor it when the time comes, if it has any impact at all. So,
Oh, okay, I just didn't know, like,
yep.
what the town then plans on doing about that.
First, we have to monitor it.
Yeah,
Find out
okay.
if there's nothing happens, if there's nothing goes on, that if it doesn't affect anyone's well, we're good to go. If something happens, we take that necessary steps at that point.
Another question I have is that the last meeting was, and I don't know if it was 2 weeks or whatever, when Mr. Albrecht came and talked about wanting more money for Empress? Is that
Empress.
what it is? I guess
More hours, not more money, more hours,
More
extended hours.
But it's still gonna be more money,
Of
though.
course.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how you look at it, it's gonna
Right.
be more
But
money.
they asked for more money. They asked for more hours. They didn't ask specifically for more money.
Okay, but I mean, what I don't understand is, why isn't there more transparency when it comes to our firehouse? Now, mind you, I like our fire guys, I have no problem with that. But what I don't understand is, the whole Jack Haverty thing seemed like it was like the secret for the longest time, and nobody talked about it.
Can I just make a point of order? I understand your frustration, but I would move that this should probably be directed at the fire commissioners, because
Yeah.
we really have
We have
no
nothing to
say
do
in
with
any of
this.
that.
We have that.
It has nothing to do.
We no say over the fire district.
We don't.
And how
So
they
wait a minute,
operate.
we pay taxes, but I can't
Yeah,
ask.
no,
these
you can
questions.
go to the fire commissioner meeting and
You
ask
can
them,
ask
yeah.
We don't control,
Keith,
they're
Keith, your
elected
microphone's off.
separately, so.
Sorry.
You can tell us all day long, but we can't do anything because you have elected officials at the firehouse who represent you.
Okay, elected officials, let's get to that. There was an election that took place last week.
Yep.
There are almost 10,000 people that live in this town,
Mm-hmm.
and like a little over 100 voted. Nobody knows. They've got a big sign sitting outside of the fire department that could say, by the way, we have an election tonight. Why doesn't anybody in town know about these things?
They don't have the money to let people know. Like,
Oh,
no one.
wait.
No. Wait.
All right,
The-
point-
the-
All right, let me stop everybody, let me stop everybody.
I'm gonna make
Stop,
a
stop,
point
stop,
of-
stop,
I'm gonna
stop.
make a
Hold on,
point of order
hold
again
on,
that
hold
this
on,
has nothing to do
hold
with
on,
this.
I've got, thank you very much. I don't,
It's an
Kathy, these are some of the questions you should be asking the commission at their next, and those meetings, I believe, are open to the public?
When
there.
do they have, when?
They're on pvfdny.org.
But as for Councilman Reifenberg's point of order, you know, this is not something that we really should be discussing here.
So let me just give it, we basically are the arbiter of collecting the taxes that go to them, and that's all we have as far as say-so over them. That's it.
So they're their own.
They're their own entity. You can go and vote for whoever you want.
Very
No, I'm
much
not
like the
saying that, but
library.
It would be nice to know, well, the library is separate, but we're on the ballot with everybody else when you're voting. This was a totally.
It's a different-
Let me stop.
It's a different.
Let me, one at a time. Let's do this one at a time. It's the same thing. So we collect the taxes for the library. We give the library what has been collected. We have no say-so who they elect, how they run their operation. We don't have any real say-so to that. If they ask for a,
To be on the ballot.
more to be on the ballot, to ask for more money or whatever the case may be, that's just simply voting for that.
Right.
Same thing with the fire department. So the fire department has their own, basically, their commissioners are almost like what we are, the board, act as a board. It's the same premise.
There is a difference, though, between the library and the fire
Yeah, there
department,
is.
is that
Right.
the fire department is a taxing authority. They can just tax where
Right.
where the.
You're voting.
We have to, as a
414.
residents, to vote for
Right.
the budget increase. But again, all of this, you should go to one of their public meetings, and during their open portion, let them know how you feel.
Because then who answers the question about our taxes going up, but then not just that, who's going to get billed for like an ambulance? We asked this last week. If it's the resident, they're going to get, your insurance company's going to get,
So
your
in case of the-
insurance company will have to pay. But our question was, and I haven't heard an answer yet, is if you don't have insurance, what happens then? We asked that question.
We're still finalizing the contract with the insurance company, and I don't have an exact answer to that yet.
Okay. And then I guess, I hate to end the night on a really bad note, but being that I know people in radio, and being that I know people in many different organizations, I understand that Snow Fountain, we have a contract with, or had a contract with. They worked over at Helen Aldridge. Is that contract fulfilled?
No.
Not yet,
So they're still working on it.
still working.
Are there plans to ever hire them back again?
Um,
Because we haven't heard anything. It's been almost 3 weeks about the incident that took place at the Festival of Lights.
I don't think we can speak to that tonight.
Not just yet.
Okay, I just think it's very, very sad from what I'm hearing from many different avenues, that Pleasant Valley has set a bar. That other towns, when they have meetings now, and they're preparing for their own parade of lights, they're not gonna do what we did here in Pleasant Valley. That's pretty sad. That is really, really sad. I feel bad that you got blamed and it got blown up in a newspaper and that it got all over radio. And now we are, all I hear is things are very unpleasant in Pleasant Valley. And it's true, and it's sad. And is there an investigation going on as to how it happened with the sign and who was driving the truck and what the ramifications are gonna be and how we're gonna prevent this from happening again?
So again, I think we're not ready just yet to speak to it tonight, but we will be shortly. There are a lot of factors to it that really have to be taken into account before we can come out and publicly say anything or do anything. And we have to take all of it into account. And it's not just something that can be done in a week's time, 3 weeks' time. There's many, many different pieces to it. So,
I just don't want it to get.
I know it's a bad answer, but
Yeah,
that's the only
'cause
answer we have at the
We
present
don't
time.
want this to happen again.
No, we don't. We don't. And there are things that we're working on to maybe prevent that. But I'm sorry that this is, like you said, is a mark on us, and we've set the bar and nobody else. But here, just a point of order, there were other parades that were marred by the same type of thing, maybe not as bad as ours. So we're not the only ones. It is something that's unfortunately happening more and more often, and we just happen to have the press on it more than anyone else, that's all. Which that's the way it works. I know.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Anyone else? Not hearing or seeing anyone else, I move we close the meeting portion to the public.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that we move to executive session.
101.5F.
F.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I don't think we need you guys, right? I'm not too sure.
Go ahead, John.
All right, we're on. I move that we come out of executive session.
I'll make a motion, we come out of executive session at midnight.
Second.
Okay, I didn't make a motion, but okay, fine.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, John.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that we close the meeting.
Second.
Adjourn the meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.